The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Shalom, brothers and sisters. I'm Elder Ricard Shiar, live with our weekly broadcast here with the Gathering of Christ Church. I hope you all are doing well. Please hit the like button as we bring brothers and sisters into this particular important weekly broadcast. Doesn't cost you anything. Just hit the like button. We're going in tonight. And of course, the lines will be open 515-605-9327 around 8:30-ish, okay? Our broadcast title tonight, as you can see, Mind-Controlled Slaves. Now, there's many ways we can go about this, but hold tight. We're going to deal with this from an angle that a lot of you probably didn't expect, okay? From an angle of not pointing the finger to what is and speaking the obvious based on everything that anyone can resolve concerning how people are just confused in this earth. Not pointing to the obvious, but more so giving brothers and sisters the wherewithal spiritually to do what? To free their minds. Mind-controlled slaves, discovering the bonds which leads to perpetual servitude, and the righteous keys to free our minds is what we're going into tonight. Okay? Why do they put confusion out there? What is the real purpose for it? Who's behind it? And how to break free. Okay? Now, I'm going to go into it. We have to get the numbers up, so please hit the like button. You believe me, you don't want to miss this particular lesson. I have Lawyer waiting in the wings. And yes, we just finished week 3 of our Hebrew and Bible Academy. You got it. The promises of Abraham. Okay? Breaking down that the promises according to the Bible still stands for his people who are we. We're the children of Israel. And they have lied through modern day Christian theology and Islam with the replacement theology to make us believe that we were lesser than other nations, okay, which is part of the captivity, part of the slave mentality that plagues the earth and our people, okay? We went into that. The fact that the Bible narrative never changed. We are the people. And there is no replacement theology where someone can convert and believe in Jesus and become God's people above the people of promise. That's a straight lie. And we're tearing down those lies in many of the Hebrew and Bible Academy. On top of that, this coming week, that's right, week 4, we're going into and break down who is Edom. Okay? The nemesis of the Bible. Who is Edom? Why has he hid himself from all existence in theology? Why can't the Muslims or Christians or Buddhists tell you who's Edom? We're going into that this coming Sunday, And we'll also be breaking down, brothers and sisters, we have an exclusive video where there's this European Edomite who admits, he's from the people who say they are but are not. He admits that there is what you would call, and we're going to have to make sure for this academy that you keep your children in the other room while we play this, that there is what you would call ritualistic sex that goes on with their younglings. And he grew up amongst that. And also in his testimony, he said, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that their people are from Amalek. Okay, it wasn't a guess. There's no theology. There's none of that. Don't have anything to do with history. It has everything to do with the family genealogy line him and his family kept. Okay, these same people who say they are and are not deal with ritualistic child sex that he actually experienced. And through that, he began to what? Lash out and tell the truth of what they've been hiding for a long time. Who is Edom? And I'll be going into that this coming Sunday in our Hebrew and Bible Academy. You don't want to miss it. Okay. So as the people come on in, I'm going to start everything off. I have a few news articles and then we're going to dive right in. So just until the numbers get up a little bit, let's play the song. And thank you for your presence. Welcome to our broadcast.
The East is where we're from, the 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still, to a land where no mankind dwelt. We went, the 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, we from Puerto Rico, Nepali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us, at gunpoint, together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, the highest gathering Israel, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, the highest gathering Israel. Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, we from Puerto Rico, Nepali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering Israel.
That's right. The Most High's gathering Israel. I'm Elder Ricard of the Gathering of Christ Church, live with Elder Lawyer. How are you doing, Elder Lawyer?
Well, first and foremost, I want to say shalom, and I'm doing well, sir. Thank you. How about yourself? How's your week been thus far?
Well, I'm blessed by the Almighty. I'm blessed by the best. Let me put these headphones on here. Blessed by the best, and his name is a higher lawyer. You see the title. You seen the title. I take it earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
That's right. Mind-controlled slaves, discovering the bonds which leads to perpetual servitude, and righteous keys to free our minds. And I'm going into this, Elder Lawyer, because what many don't know is that Christ dealt against these same spirits, and he was able to free our people by actually showing people the root that leads to servitude and bonds. Key things that would free us, because in reality, what's going on is the so-called masters or the controllers, they're not putting all these things out there because they have the power to subdue us or feel that they are more empowered than we are. They're actually doing this, confusing the masses, really, because they are afraid. They are afraid what happens when we figure out their weakness, and that we figure out how to defeat them spiritually. That's what they fear. So what they do is they throw a lot of confusion out there, and by default, people take what? A defensive, helpless posture. So I wanted to break this out. I wanted to bring this to light, that Christ gave us the insight on what this battle really is. And brothers and sisters, we must rise beyond the confusion they're putting out there and not subject our minds to it and believe it. Okay. Now, so I thought what I would do, lawyer, I would begin to bring this understanding on how we can break free and what is the true spirit of those who has us in bonds, and showing our brothers on the lowest level. It doesn't matter who you are, how much. Doesn't matter if you dropped out of school. It doesn't matter if you have a PhD. It doesn't matter if you are a doctor or someone just just graduated high school. How can we break this down on the level we need to rally our people all together against Satan's imposition against our people? Today puts us all on that same path with solution. Not just pointing out what the enemy's doing, but with solution. Now, so the lawyer, I'm going to put you on the side while look at your screen, because I'm about to go through some news articles.
Yes, sir.
And then we're going to dive in. Solution. And hold up, before I do that, Elder Lawyer, let's go into the book of Isaiah, where Christ said, where it was prophesied that Christ came to release the prisoners. I need to break that down real quick.
Yes, sir. We're in the book of Isaiah, chapter 61, verse number 1.
Isaiah 61, verse 1. Listen to this.
The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord hath anointed me to preach good tidings unto the meek. He hath sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives. So
this is what Christ did. We're going to break it down, how he was able to battle these spirits on every level to set our people free from their what? You got it. Their what you would call psychology. A lot of you think that being in prison is a physical thing. That you can't hold a man against his will if he really want to be free. In order to enslave a man, you must convince him he's a slave. Right? So it tell you Christ came to do what? Let's do it.
Yes, sir. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord hath anointed me to preach good tidings unto the meek.
Good tidings unto the meek, the humble. Read.
He hath sent me to bind up the brokenhearted.
The brokenhearted. These people, minds are broken. It's not speaking of the vessel that pumps in your chest. It's speaking of the broken minds. By having a broken mind, you're easily controlled. Right? Go on.
To proclaim liberty to the captives.
To proclaim liberty to the captives. See? And this is why I'm breaking down what? Mind-controlled slaves. Discovering the bonds which leads to perpetual servitude. And righteous keys, and giving righteous keys to free your minds. That's why what they're saying on the news, the incomplete stories, the story on this so-called disease one day to the next, I'm not being tossed to and fro with it, because they are using news for misdirection on purpose. It's on purpose. It's to keep us in a what? In a confused state while they plan to destroy us all. It has nothing to do with giving us a resolve to when this will end. It has nothing to do with that. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. And the opening of the prison to them that are bound.
And the opening of the prisons of those who are bound. Now, some people would like to look at it just on a physical level. No. It was about freeing the minds of the people from the psychological control of their masters, these sorcerers that we call leaders. Come on.
To proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord, and the day of the vengeance of our God, to comfort all that mourn.
To do what? To comfort all that mourn. Right? So here it is. We're going to break through and begin to point to the enemy and let everyone know that we were born in a fight, in a war. And the nemesis, Esau, is the key controller. He is the key, that's right, wizard behind the curtain. And he's using drugs, he's using mental health, he's using the confusion of genders, he's using everything he can, throwing everything at once in fear that we'll just all together shut him out and begin to talk to each other and resolve things according to the word, according to the Most High's understanding. We're going to show you here. Come on.
To appoint unto them that mourn in Zion, to give unto them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that he might be glorified.
That the Most High, through Christ, will be glorified. How to break free. Now, before I go into how to break free, and we're going to deal with some serious spiritual keys tonight, brothers and sisters. Get your scriptures ready. Get your scriptures ready. Okay? Now, before I go in, Elder Lawyer, there was a brother in particular, I think he's from New Jersey. He sent me a message today and say, Elder, he don't understand how when we break down scripture, like on the Sabbath, that we don't read the stories in its full context. Like how are we getting understanding, breaking down the Bible, going here and there? Where do we get that from? Okay. What I wanted to answer the brother, because others who are fairly new might have that same question before I go in. Okay. If the Bible was easily read, all who read it would have the mysteries. So the Most High gave the prophets the understanding on how to break down the Bible, which is an allegory in dark sentences. So the Bible is a puzzle in of itself. One level you can read it and just get the stories in the Bible. That's at the base level. But when you go into the ancient Hebrew, there were certain words, Hebrew words, that linked all through the scripture, that gives another narrative depending on the thought or topic. So that Hebrew word would be in this chapter, and it would link to the same Hebrew word in another chapter to give another understanding, a higher understanding of whatever it was talking about in that other chapter. Well, the Most High gave the prophets, teachers, Christ, the disciples, the discernment to break these dark sentences and allegories down by linking the Bible through precept. If everyone had it, there would only be one understanding in the earth. And this is why there's so many confused religions out there through philosophy and all these things, because they never learned how to break down the Bible using precept links. Okay? In a nutshell, I answered that, and that's why Christ said, when the disciples said, you speak to them in parables. Why speak to them in parables, but to us plainly? But Christ said, because it was given unto you to know the secrets, the mysteries to the kingdom of heaven, for the kingdom of heaven. It was up to you to understand that. And keep in mind, the same Pharisees and scribes had the same scriptures Christ and the disciples had. Right? So if it was just having the book and following it, then that would be simple. Everyone would have the truth. But he made the Bible to be broken down through precept to give you its correct narrative and to link it properly to get its higher understanding. Elder Lawyer, just give me one precept for that, and then I'll jump right in.
Yes, sir. The book of Isaiah, chapter 28, verse number 9.
Yeah.
Whom shall he teach knowledge, and whom shall he make to understand doctrine?
Now, that question in of itself is telling you that everyone is not going to understand the Bible, because it says, whom shall he teach the knowledge within the Bible? And whom shall he make to understand the doctrine of the Bible? The Bible is only teaching one doctrine. So why is there so many religions out here? Because they're not rightly dividing the word of truth according to the Bible's history and narrative. See? So whom shall he teach? Read.
Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast.
You must empty yourself and become what? An open vessel. You must be willing to learn from the beginning. It doesn't matter how much you've learned. It doesn't matter, because this information is from the heavens. Okay. This information that the Most High gives through this word is well beyond man's education. So, and it doesn't matter how much you've been studying, you learn, and you've been studying to be studied and what you know in your vocation. That's small compared to the knowledge of God. So even if you went to the theologian school, and if you went to theologian school, you need to learn from the beginning. The deceit is in the Christian theologian school. Satan's doctrine is taught through there. So people get confused. They'll believe that it's the Bible that's incorrect. No, it's the doctrine and the philosophy that Satan has used. Not the Bible itself. It's the deception in their philosophy and the misusing the Bible, not rightly dividing the word of truth, to put everyone else down in their philosophy and their theology, only to exalt themselves. White supremacy at its highest. It has nothing to do with the Bible, their ideology. Okay? Finish reading.
Verse 10. For precept must be upon precept.
Precept must be upon precept. Read.
Precept upon precept.
So that's one level A precept is one verse in the Bible. That's one level, reading the precepts line upon line. That's one level of understanding. It'll give you what? It'll give you the outline of a story, which is historically correct. Okay, it'll give you some logic and wisdom on how to solve certain situations and all that. So there is understanding just reading it line by line, but there's another understanding. Read.
For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line.
Read.
Here a little and there a little.
Here a little and there a little. So sometimes you may read the Bible and it may frustrate you. Why? You're reading a chapter in Ecclesiastes, and as you read down, it seems like from one verse to the next verse right up under it is going into an entirely different topic. And you're looking at it because you expect to understand the Bible like a Harlequin novel or something you read like a novel or a book where it flawlessly flows together. So it'll frustrate you because you're reading the verses and then the next verse, it changes topic, changes subject. But what you don't know is there's a Hebrew word, a precept that linked into another book where that left off at, it picks up in that particular book. Totally separate from the book you're reading. And that's another level of understanding. See? So most people, they'll read the Bible and they'll become frustrated with, it seemed like the subject changed. He was talking about this here, the next verse, and went someplace else. It didn't go no place else. The Most High, through precepts, guides us through his word so that we'll have a flawless understanding on any topic we discourse or we're learning on. See? So I hope that answered the question. The Bible is not to be read. Matter of fact, you can read it from Genesis to Revelation. I've done that, and you can get understanding. But usually when I'm reading from Genesis to Revelations, it may take me 3-4 years because I just can't read it like that. I need to get understanding as I'm going. And I link the precepts in between. See? So that's a whole nother level of understanding. And that's why you see us on the Sabbaths. We're jumping from one place to the next, just to give you some insight. And those in the academy already know this. So, so if anything, you should get in the academy so that you can learn the basics. Getting your foundation together 101, because what happens is you will see us breaking down something and believe it's wrong, but you're only comparing it to what? Our slave vocation. The slave education we have received spiritually or otherwise. And that's what make you believe that something is different or off or, hard to understand when you see guys like us going all over the book. And it frustrates some people because they want to catch up. Like, hold up, he just went here. Now he's over there. He's over there. Now he's over there. But don't worry about it. Once your eyes are open, you'll be all over this book the same way. Right? All right. Now, let me go through a few articles, Elder Lloyd, and I'm going to bring you back in a second, okay? All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And what I need you all to do again, please make sure you hit the like button. Hit the like button, please, as you come in. All right? All right, so let's go in. Let's go over a few articles real quick. Let's see. Okay, for those who just came in, the topic of discussion this evening. The topic of discussion. Mind-controlled slaves, discovering the bonds which leads to perpetual servitude. And today we're going to discuss righteous keys to free our minds from the controllers, the wizards, the liars, right? So let's go through a few articles. 1 second. Let's start here. All right. Let's start here. This is BBC News. The Colt 45, they call it COVID, which is really an operation. Vaccinated people may spread virus, says Van Tam. Now, a lot of people will actually believe this now that the mainstream media said it. But don't forget, we said this when it first happened, that you're not going to really see a spread of this until they inject this stuff in people's veins. But now maybe you'll believe it. But here's a question, and I think I'm going to answer it within the lesson anyway, this broadcast. Why is it that when we said it 5 months ago, it didn't gain any steam or merit amongst our people? Why is it that you'll believe it now when the media tells you? Why? I'm going to leave that out there for a moment. Why? What have they ever done to make you believe you can trust the mainstream media? What have they ever told you to make you to garner so much trust from you? Nothing. But yet you believe them anyway, right? I'm going to show you why. But anyway, let's go. I'm going to blow this up so that you can read it with me. People who have received a Colt 45, I'm going to call it that, an 8-ball Old English 800 vaccine could still pass the virus on to others and should continue following lockdown rules. So it doesn't matter. The news can change from day to day. Doesn't matter. But what's constant? We lied to you that we're going to give you this. And through this, things can go back to normal, because if we get everyone shot, then everyone can go back to normal. But what's constant? Well, stay home, stay locked down. That's constant. No matter how the narrative changes, stay locked down, right? Listen to this. People who have received a shot can still pass the virus on to others and should continue following the lockdown rules. England's Deputy Chief Medical Officer has warned, writing in the Sunday Telegraph. So it seems as if the story changes, but what stay constant is stay locked up, stay locked down, right? Professor Jonathan Van Tam. Now, because he had the word professor in front of his name, you're supposed to respect his authority. Okay? Stressed that scientists do not yet know the impact of the shot's transmission. So they're trying to claim they don't know whether or not this is going to make things worse. They don't know whether or not it's going to actually have a negative effect, shooting people with this, and cause a pandemic by the spreading of it. He said the shots offer hope, but infection rates must come down quickly. Matt Hancock said 75% or over 80% in the UK have now had their first jab. Both the Pfizer, BioNTech, and Oxford AstraZeneca shots require 2 doses, even though Fauci got on the news yesterday or the other day and said, well, there's different strains, so people are going to have to get more shots depending on the strains that may pop up in the future. So that means they're going to shoot people and shoot people and shoot people, and there's no end in sight. because these particular strains are going to disappear and appear just like Al-Qaeda did over in the Middle East. Okay? The boogeyman, he disappears here and he pops up there. And therefore, the military complex must now act wherever the boogeyman pops up. They're using the same script, but instead of it being people as terrorists, it's now a terrorist virus with no end in sight of curing or wrapping their hands around it altogether, because we thought it was just about one virus and now it's mutating. Right? As they claim, if you believe them. The health secretary told BBC's Andrew Marr that around 3/4 of care homes had also had their shots. Now, let me say this real quick. Let me ask this question. One moment. Let me move this here. One second. All right, let me move this real quick and ask. Do you believe these people? Let me just ask you right out. First, they said if you got shot, it would mean that things can go back to normal. Now they're not talking about things going back to normal. Now they're talking about more shots, more shots, more shots. It's mutating. Last week, because sometimes I turn on the sports radio and listen to this and all that while I'm in the car, and I hear all of these broadcasts revering and honoring Hank Aaron, a civil rights groundbreaker. He tore down the walls between black and whites by entering into an arena where all the deck was stacked against him. He was black in a white world, smashing that ball and standing up against injustice. I heard black and white people alike, a lot of white people honoring Hank Aaron. But this is what I didn't understand, Elder Lawyer. This is what I didn't understand. I didn't understand why no one actually said, after honoring the dead Hank Aaron, and may he rest in peace. May he rest in peace. I didn't hear anyone tell us that he got the jab 2 weeks before he died.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that would have been nice to know.
And then he said, I'm doing this for millions of people to show people it's okay. I've always been the champion to go forth and put myself before the people, and this is my duty for the people. What a nice man. Those were some of his last words publicly before they announced, by the way, after getting the jab, he's dead now. And the mainstream media conveniently leaves that out when honoring our hero, as they claim. But I digress. There's more. Thank you, Other Lawyer. Now they're saying, BBC News, that by getting the jab, you may spread the disease. We said that months ago. But for some reason, we're not credible until they say it. Right? Next, here's some more news. Microsoft was granted patent to reanimate dead people as 3D bots. Something out of Black Mirror. They have the patent. Yeah. So folks, all that information that you're giving them publicly online through social media, and all your thoughts, what you eat, what you talk about, uploading your image to the cloud and saving your files to the cloud, they are making a profile on you. An animate profile. You could be laying dead somewhere when this is all said and done with the lockdowns, and the family member think they're talking to you on Zoom. And others. That's just one level of it. Another level of it is being able to pay once someone dies to have something come to your home. Your uncle, your aunt, your grandmother, your grandfather. Microsoft has the patent on this. Now, I can't go into too much of this because the details of this is going to be part of our news Sunday. But I'm just showing you. I'm showing you, folks, what's going on and how they can only push this on mind-controlled slaves. Mind-controlled slaves. They had to break our minds, break our thoughts, assimilate us into an alternate reality in order for them to progress this and include our people with it. When I say our people, believers. Now, more. The story actually gets more bizarre. China. This is Forbes. Mainstream media. It gets even more bizarre. China deploys anal swab tests to detect high-risk COVID-19 cases. Now, it look like Robert Hart is having a good smile with that one. Look like some of the people who took 1/3 of the alphabet, like David Chappelle stated, is having a good look at him. He's smiling ear to ear on this one. Now, if you believe this is about China, you have another thing coming. Because they say China, but this ain't talking about no China. China deploys anal swab tests to detect high-risk COVID-19. Now, the problem I have with this is because they told the media, they told everyone everywhere that we're the high-risk demographic on earth. Black people are the high-risk people. So all in all, they talking about sticking something up your behind to determine whether or not you have this ghost disease. So, but folks, listen to what I'm showing you. Now, I know a lot of you are laughing at all this and all. I know it seems funny, right? I'm going to tell you, folks, all of this is on purpose. It's all on purpose. And I'm going to tell you why. How it's on purpose. It's to throw all these things out there to get us distracted and confused to what this is. So that you don't recognize the true power and authority you have to defeat them. And I'm going there in a moment. So the high-risk people are black people and minority people. You've seen soon as this stuff happened, they showed in China black people being thrown out of their apartments because they were high risk. So when they say high risk, that's code for black people, minority people, Latinos, North American Indians. That's code for Balikwa Taino Indians, Jamaicans, Africans. Now they talk about sticking something, and at the same time, listen, the same time they talk about testing your rectum. What's going on here? I have here a list of, but Joe Biden really don't have anything to do with this, if you believe that. Everything he does, he reads from a cue card when he loses his thought mainstream through a sentence. So if you believe this is him, that's on you. But the powers that be have instituted these executive orders using Biden as a proxy, advancing racial equity and support for undeserved communities through the federal government. Now, that's supposed to be you, but it's not talking about you, and I'm going to go there in a moment. Because it ain't about equal justice and helping black people. That's a lie. I'm going to show you the people they have this executive order for. Executive Order 13986. Let me put up there so you can see it. Executive Order 13985. This guy is supposed to be signing executive orders. They just told him just sit. They take him out of the basement and say, okay, sign real quick on camera, and just put him back somewhere. 13985. Advancing racial equity and support for underdeserved communities through the federal government. What is an underdeserved community? I'm going to show you what it is, according to their narrative. Ensuring a lawful and accurate enumeration and apportionment pursuant to the decennial census. We need to know where everyone is, and we need to count on everyone. This is all linking back to contact tracing and a census to know where everyone is so that they can do the next plan with this COVID military operation. Numbering everyone. Executive Order, the third one, 13987. Organizing and mobilizing the United States government to provide a unified and executive response to combat COVID-19, which is really a military operation, and to provide the United States leadership on global health and security. That was the third executive order. When we thought that putting him in, things would go back to normal, as they claim, right? Number 4, and I need to hear from those who supported this, what I'm reading. Number 4, preventing and combating discrimination on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation. So that means someone's sexual identity, if they want to be someone different, or be recognized as someone different than they were born, different than born, their birth. Someone who loves the same sex or whatever the case is, they get an executive order, and their needs take precedent over the people who built the country. Black people. Where's our executive order? Number 4, ethic commitments to executive branch personnel. Protecting public health and the environment and restoring science to tackle climate crisis. Now, there is no climate crisis, folks. This is what you would call sustainable development. A new world order way of grabbing farms and land and property right from under free nations. Next. This is an executive order, folks. Executive order, and I'm reading these because I know a lot of you don't even look into this stuff. Okay. Number 7, Executive Order 13991. This guy he wakes up. He leaves the bathroom, flush the toilet, and sign another executive order. Number 7, 13991. Protecting the federal workforce and requiring mask wearing. Requiring mask wearing. What's going on here? The next executive order, Executive Order 8-13992. A revocation of certain executive orders concerning federal regulation. 9. Look at all these executive orders this guy signed. The revision of civil immigration enforcement policies and priorities. 10. Ensuring a data-driven response to COVID-19 and future high consequences, public health threats. Look at this. Consequences and public health threats. Locking people up and criminalizing them if they don't acquiesce to these laws. 1395, ensuring an equitable pandemic response and recovery. All these executive orders have something to do with this stuff. This so-called disease. Look at this. Another 12, 13, all these, 14, all of these is what? COVID-19 executive orders. Look at this here. This is for your child here. Reopening and continuing school operations under all those orders. Another pandemic order. Look at this. Look at this. I'm still scrolling, folks. All these executive orders. Right? And while they're doing this, don't worry about it. Because first of all, we'll have this order here. Preventing and combating discrimination on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation. And see, when they get this law in place, we'll have enough people to execute this law. China deploys anal swab tests to detect high-risk COVID-19 cases. And this guy is happy. Now, oh, we got over 3,000 people that hit the like button now. Mind-controlled slaves. Elder Lawyer, let's go in now. Now that I put that out there. Right? Let's go in. We're going in now. Why am I going here, folks? For those who missed it, I mentioned earlier that they're throwing all this confusion out there on purpose to confuse the masses, to keep us still not realizing what's going on, because through that confused posture, they gain what? The higher advantage over the confused, and therefore can control or do whatever they would like with their mind-controlled slaves. None of these stories have to be true, folks. But this is what you would call psychological torture. And when you don't know what to do at all, you do nothing, which is exactly what the Satanists are banking on. Why? Because they know we're living in a time of the awakening in which Christ has given us the tools to spiritually defeat them. Now, so why are you receiving all these conflicting stories and all that? You might ask. Look at your screen. Look at your screen once more. One more thing, Elder Lawyer. I just want to make sure I set this all up so that they can have it. Look at your screen. Why are they throwing all of these conflicting stories of the Colt 45 virus out there? Anal tests, this test, that test, numbers, deaths. Throwing a cloud of confusion at people that doesn't make any sense, to a point where no two people know what this is in a conversation. They can conversate as well. I don't know. It may be. It should be something out there. It could be something out there. Or I don't know. Well, I'm going to just do it just in case. Well, I got a friend that I thought, died of COVID. But I wasn't there because they wasn't allowing the family to see it. It's real. Well, I don't know if it's real. Every reaction, whether you believe it or not, is controlled by them. This is what you would call psychological warfare. Here's the word. Listen to the word. We're going to break you free. We're breaking you free this evening. Okay? The word you see before you is cognitive dissonance.
Cognitive dissonance.
What is it?
Cognitive dissonance.
What is cognitive dissonance? Cognitive dissonance, the state of having inconsistent thoughts, beliefs, or attitudes, especially as relating to behavioral decisions and attitude change. Again, the state of having inconsistent thoughts. You're confused. And by being so, inconsistent thoughts, beliefs, or attitudes, especially as relating to behavioral decisions, what to do, what not to do, and attitude change. See that? So what happens is, under a cognitive dissonance, one tends to reject anything for the sake of feeling safe outside of their programming, even if it can help them. If it's outside of your safe zone you've created for yourself, it's automatically shunned. And this is why we believe the news articles, and the talking heads on TV, even when we know they're lying. Even when we know they've continually lied to us, our cognitive dissonance will not allow us to say they're lying. Because if they're not telling us the truth, then what do I base my reality on? I've always planned my life based on what they've been telling us. Cognitive dissonance. We're going to show you how to break free this evening. Mind-controlled slaves, discovering the bonds which lead to perpetual servitude, and righteous keys to free our minds. Now, I'm going to ask you all a question real quick. Folks, what is the origin of slavery or captivity? What is its origin? What is the reason people began to become servants, slaves, subjected to others? Many of you don't understand this, that this thing go well beyond black and white. It's a spirit. It's a spirit. Listen to what I'm showing you here when Christ says he come to release the prisoners. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here. Because most of you might think that servitude started with some unjust people, some white people being unjust and inhumane, grabbing black people and putting them on slave ships to build their country, to build their empire. That's just one level. No. What is the origin of servitude? Servitude comes with what? It comes when someone have to do what? You got it. Indemnify someone after sinning or taking or harming someone. So servitude usually is what? A result of sin or doing wrong. For instance, if someone in the Old Testament was to steal from my house according to the law, there was laws on how they would indemnify me. They would have to work for me for a certain amount of time to work off their debt. That's one level of servitude, right? The same way, listen to what I'm showing you here. The same way where we know in this country they can get slave labor by doing what? From the prison complex. You can pay them almost nothing. Who built the roads? Who built the railroads? Who built all that? Who? Prisoners. Paying their debt to society. This is how the power structure gets what? Slaves. Now, on a higher level, a spiritual level, okay, when you look at records like the wisdom, not the wisdom of Solomon, but the Testament of Solomon, breaking down how men and regular people could not move those great boulders and stones for his temple because those stones were too big. People could not move those stones regularly. But the Most High put who under Solomon's subjection? The fallen spirits who disobeyed became servants to help move the boulders and all that people couldn't. Disobedience, do what? Disobedience is the origin of slavery. You're subjected to what? Servitude if you disobey. That's the origin of slavery. Now, right? I'm dropping things on y'all down here. Because Christ showed us how to break free from them. Right? How to get over this cognitive dissonance and be free. Okay? And see the enemy to battle and win on a spiritual level. But you must know the rules of engagement. They can keep us in servitude or in bonds as long as we sin against our God. That's the rules. That's the law. Right? Now, what keeps us in bonds while in servitude? Listen to me clearly. Uncleanliness. Uncleanliness keeps us in bonds while in servitude. Now, I'm going to break it all down. Stick with us. This is how you free yourself. Now, I'm going to break it down on a lower level where you can understand it. Then we're going to drop it in the scriptures on the highest levels. You notice how sometime that when things aren't going right, hold on one second, lawyer. When things are cloudy, things aren't going right, and just you're confused concerning a lot of things and you need clarity, what is the first thing one begin to do? The first thing we begin to do when we want clarity, we begin to clean up our homes. Clutter confuses our thoughts, right? You with me? Stuff thrown all over the place. And here it is, you can't think straight. So in order to get that first step to think straight, you begin to do what? Clean up and put everything in its place. Now you have the environment to do what? Think and plan. But how can you plan if everything is cluttered? Everything is muddy. Everything is dirty. Everything is unclean. So someone is benefiting from what? The disobedience that keeps us in slavery. Someone is benefiting from what? The uncleanliness that does what? That becomes a norm within our environment. Because this is where demons fester. Elder Lawyer, let's go.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Mind control slaves, how to free the minds of the people. On every level, discovering the bonds which leads to perpetual servitude and righteous keys to free our mind. If you're there, folks, you don't have to worry about what Fauci's saying, what Bill Gates are doing, what the government is planning. You see straight and you understand that you have the power through the Almighty to defeat their leaders. To defeat their leaders, and their leaders are demons. Stick with me here. Elder Lawyer, now let's go back to Isaiah 61 and 8, St. John 8 and 32. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Isaiah chapter 61, verse 1. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord hath anointed me to preach good tidings unto the meek. He hath sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord and the day of vengeance of our God.
So this is the prophecy in Isaiah 61, prophesying Christ, his true purpose on earth. A lot of you talking about believing in Christ and don't even realize what that is. Believing in him isn't a thought or a feeling. Believing in him is walking in his path. That's what believing in him is. Okay? And this is what frees us. I'm going to go there. Read it. Come on.
Verse 3. To appoint unto them that mourn in Zion, to give unto them beauty for ashes.
Beauty for ashes.
The oil of joy for mourning. The garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that he might be glorified.
That he may be glorified. Go to St. John 8 and 32.
St. John chapter 8, verse number 32.
Come on.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
You shall know the truth, and what?
And the truth shall make you free.
And the truth shall make you free. Now, when you go back to that word, cognitive dissonance, it's what? Confusion. This is how Satan keeps what? Continual, perpetual slaves operating under him. He need confused souls as servants to do his bidding. Let's go to 1 Corinthians 14 and 33.
1 Corinthians chapter 14, verse number 33.
Come on.
For God is not the author of confusion.
So when you see all these different stories out here, whether to wear a mask, should you wear a mask, whether or not the vaccine works, should we do it? Who's giving you all of these different conflicting stories? All of this is coming from Satan, folks, and its ministers. Because the Most High is not the author of confusion. Read it.
For God is not the author of confusion, but of peace, as in all the churches of the saints.
Oh, all the churches of the saints. So understand that only the confused and unbelievers and those who believe in the God of this world is dealing with this chaos and is confused concerning it. If you are a true believer, you shouldn't be at the behest of this. This shouldn't impose on your spirit to a degree in which you feel subservient to whatever comes out of their mouth or whatever that comes out of their teleprompters. If you are above them and free, how is it affecting you like this? How is it that you actually believe what they're telling you if you're not a servant to them? Right? There's only two masters. There's only two. So let's get to the origin of it. Elder Lawyer, let's get St. John. Now, let's get Revelation 18, 1 and 2.
Revelation chapter 18, verse number 1.
Now, I've mentioned here that Christ came to make us free, to actually free us from the bonds or captivity in our minds. He come to release the prisoners. They've been using media and all that to keep us in prison, to control us like mentally controlled slaves. And only the Spirit of Christ and understanding that and the laws of God can break us free from this is what I'm going to break down. Let's read it, Elder Lawyer. Revelation 18, 1 and 2. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Revelation chapter 18, verse 1. And after these things, I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lighted with his glory.
Come on.
And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and has become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit.
So it say you this country have become what?
A hold of every foul spirit.
Of every foul spirit. Read.
And a cage of every unclean and hateful bird.
And a cage of every what?
Unclean and hateful bird.
Unclean and hateful bird. Now, let's examine that in the context of being a mind-controlled slave. You're at the behest of demons. And if the demons are running rapid within your communities, getting in people, you're easily controlled by their masters. You're confused because demons are a part of your being. So when they came here, created the country, created their construct, they put up obelisks, temples, they put up different statues, they put up different vortexes, gates, and all that to control the people of whom the demons possessed. Mental health, confusion, all of these things is so that you can now be controlled. But we're at a point now where the awakening has happened to a degree where they don't even trust even that operation, that level of control. It's to a degree now because they fear what we are and what we will become. No longer do they trust just demon possession. They need to inject the demon in you now. They don't trust the environment they put us in for control anymore. Because why? Through all the uncleanliness, through all the wickedness, and through all the confusion that they've put in our communities, the Most High still communicated with us. He was still able to get through this valley of the shadow of darkness and come right through and begin to awaken Jacob in the midst of all the confusion. Now, when you read 18 and 2, read that again, Elder Lawyer, because I want to show them exactly what these words mean in the Greek.
Yes, sir. Revelation chapter 18, verse 1. And after these things I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory.
Come on.
And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils.
It became what?
The habitation of devils.
The habitation of devils. When you look at habitation, go on.
And the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird.
Now look at what it says in the Greek here, folks, for Revelations 18. It says, Babylon the Great, she has become a lair, a habitation or dwelling place or an abode for demons, evil spirit, demon, a heathen deity like Mary and others. And it says what? To haunt, a garden act or a place for every unclean spirit. When you look at unclean, unclean is unclean, impure, Lewd, specifically demonic. Demons love dirt. They love clutter. This is what keeps people and communities what? Bound. They love uncleanliness. And in order to keep the children of Israel, the people of law, the clean people under servitude, under bondage, confusion, captivity, they had to do what? Promote an unclean environment on every level. This is the way you keep perpetual slaves. And only the Spirit of Christ can break you free to realize we've been living in muck. The same confusion that would have us believe everything we're seeing from the televisions, folks, that same confusion, it's the same confusion that happens when we walk out of our home and see stuff strove all over in our communities as if it belongs there. It's the same exact spirit. Every unclean spirit. I'm going to show y'all something real quick, because I'm going sideways. I'm doing something different tonight. I'm going to take a sideways angle to this. I got a lot of scriptures to show you. And I'm going to, believe me, there is a resolve and an answer and a method to why I'm breaking it down this way. Be patient. Stick with me. Chicago. Here's a current picture of a street in Chicago, in the hood. That's Chicago. A current picture of a street in Chicago right now. And we'll walk right by it. We'll sell drugs on the corner. We'll go get us a juice, soda, a sandwich, and walk right by it like it doesn't even exist. Of course, I had to go to my hometown, Philadelphia. Look at that. That's a normal sight right there. This is a current picture in Philadelphia. How long ago did flat screen TVs come out? But if I was to walk and look in an alley, I can see this television from 1992, and it'll still be there. More. Another picture from Philadelphia, our hometown. Philadelphia. This is South Philadelphia. Current pictures of Philadelphia right now. I can walk down the street, 52nd and Market, go down Southwest Philadelphia, and there's piles of trash that to the point where it's almost like a mosaic artist construct. It's like if it's not there, something is wrong. There's trash to the degree where you can remember the colors, the abstract colors in the trash. It becomes so normal in certain parts of Philadelphia. Unclean. This is how demons keep prisoners. See, disobedience and breaking the law keeps you indebted to your master. Everyone out there lambasted and came down on Kanye West when he said slavery is a choice, and didn't understand what he was actually talking about. He was talking about we need to wake up to what we allow. The other nations aren't going to tell us what's going on, because through these demons, this clutter, this wickedness we excuse, they control us by proxy. We and our children are perpetual slaves for what we accept. Because we accept the demons they allow to move and run rapid and infest us and confuse us and clutter us. Christ had an answer. I'm going to go there in a moment. Let me show one other thing. Lawyer, you see these pictures, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I know you probably have a few statements. I'm going to allow you to do that in a moment. Here's another picture. If you want to see what this is, and this falls into the narrative, this is a pig mire. This is where pigs wallow. When the Bible says that it became a place of unclean spirits, and every unclean and foul spirit, keep in mind, the powers that be, the synagogue of Satan, made this particular animal a delicacy amongst us on purpose, knowing that we would die from the sicknesses that kills them. Look at it. I want y'all to see this because it all falls in place. That's a pig. See, brothers and sisters, and this is why they fear us, telling the people everywhere, the people who've been colonized throughout the United States and throughout the free world, that we are the children of Israel. Why? Because when you begin to follow the law, you break free from the demons. The demons they control through proxy. When you eat certain things and you sell certain things in your neighborhoods, pharmacy and sorcery, drugs, when you don't care about your environment, the demons that enter you for this are under the behest of your controllers. These are they who own your media stations. These are your rabbis, your top sorcerers. They don't have to control you. They're already in control of the demons that possess you. When it comes to sicknesses and all that, they can convince you are sick, and through that, you'll come down with the sickness because the demon reacts to your thoughts. If you believe you're sick, cancer, or anything, there's something in your quarters that attaches to you, that they know, that they control, that will have you fall sick to their diagnosis because you believe it. That's right. Modern science, that's right, is a belief system. If you believe you're sick, you'll die. Christ worked in the reverse of that. What I'm dropping here, brothers and sisters, is what frees you. If you believe you're sick, you're going to die. Death came in the world through sin, Adam and Eve. Obedience reverses the curse. Christ sets us free, and he gave us the tool to do so. He gave us the tools to heal ourselves. But you cannot believe what they're saying. If you believe it, you'll die from it. Healing works in the reverse. When you clean things up, and you no longer believe them and have faith in the Almighty and become a clean person, the demons have no more power in your quarters. They must leave. And the masters and sorcerers who control those demons now have lost you. That was their only connection to control you. Are you following me here? Let's go. Let's break it down. Discovering the bonds which lead to perpetual servitude. Disobedience leads to captivity. Elder Lawyer,
Yes, sir.
I have a few scriptures, but first I'm going to let you say what you have to say. If I know a lot of thoughts came. And after that, I need you to go to the scriptures of the unclean. And now this brings up this highlight on an entirely different level. Why we must be conscious of what goes into our temple. They're losing control, folks. They're losing. So now they like inject everyone with it. They're breaking free from us. These people that built everything no longer are at the behest of the demons we use to control them. They are following God's law. And with the law of the universe, it's hands off. We cannot touch these people who are hedged by God for choosing righteousness. So now they just laying it on. They throwing everything at you. Sickness, COVID, this, that, and the other. I don't know if it's right. I don't know if it's wrong. Just, it don't have to be right or wrong. To them, they just need you in a state of confusion to control the demon in you. And I'm going to drop this, folks. The authority we're talking about and what we're about to break down is the authority of the doctrine Christ was teaching. You have the power. We all have the power within us to heal. It starts with a belief. If you believe you're sick, you're going to die. But then it's another level. It's how you walk in the authority of the doctrine. It takes you on a different plane of understanding this true battle that's beyond flesh and blood. Go ahead, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. For the sake of the broadcast, keep the scriptures flowing. I'm going to jump right to the scriptures that you requested, and I'll come off the back end of everything that is presented.
For what, Elder Lawyer? Let's go to Matthew 10:1.
Yes, sir.
It says Christ came to bind the evil, okay, and to release the prisoners, to help the brokenhearted. The brokenhearted are who? The confused people. To give us what? A unified focus to defeat the enemy. It's the enemy that's behind mainstream media. It's the enemy. They got you confused. They have you in the home alone, scared. They're doing that. The next plan is even worse. If you believe what they're telling you, you must break free from their programming. Look at the people talking to you on CNN. Don Lemon. When did he ever represent a strong black man? Look at the people you're listening to. Anderson Cooper. You have to tune them out. They're good at doing what? Triggering the demons that they control. I'm speaking of the high rabbis, the high sorcerers who control the media apparatus, who put these people, these vulgar people in front of you as one to be respected as journalists. What's wrong with us listening to people like this? These reprobates you're listening to and trusting. Let's go, Elder Lawyer. Matthew 10:1.
Yes, sir. St. Matthew chapter 10, verse 1. And when he had called unto him his 12 disciples, he gave them power against unclean spirits to cast them out and to heal all manner of sickness and all manner of disease.
Look at that. Read that again. The first thing Christ did was what?
And when he had called unto him his 12 disciples, he gave them power against unclean spirits to cast them out and to heal all manner of sickness.
And to heal all manner. No, he told you to go get a COVID jab.
To heal all manner of sickness and all manner of disease.
And look at that. And this dovetails from where I went last Sabbath, showing you what happened right after the ark subsided, when the demons began to attack Noah's children with sicknesses. the first thing Christ came to do was do what? Read it again.
And when he had called unto him his 12 disciples, he gave them power against unclean spirits to cast them out and to heal all manner of sickness and all manner of disease.
And all manner of disease. Because why? They were able to point to the origin of sicknesses. Folks, poisoning is one level and disobedience is another. Because if you follow the Most High, you'll live a clean life. You'll live a clean life where demons cannot enter. But if you ingest or eat unclean things, guess what? Another being has attached itself to your being. It enters in through uncleanliness. That's why the positives of the law is because the law gave us a clear understanding to what was clean and what was unclean. Because why? Demons come with uncleanliness. Like, for instance, just on the surface, here's common sense. The Bible says you're not supposed to have the dead with the living. Right? But yet they'll tell us in some of this stuff they are injecting in us that it has aborted fetuses. Now, if it has aborted fetuses, what spirits come with that? The dead. And you are injecting the dead in your bloodstream. You don't expect your being, the temple of God, to have a negative reaction to that, where your organs start going haywire to the degree in which the doctor diagnosed you with a sickness? Your body's living. You're not supposed to have anything in your body unclean, let alone dead. So automatically, it disrupts your spirit, and the organs, your temple, begins to fight against each other because something foreign entered it. You think the sorcerers who created these serums don't know this? But if I know that my temple belongs to the Most High and I'm not to put anything unclean in it, it will be including aborted fetuses. I don't care what the numbers are. I don't care what the numbers they claim is out there. That has nothing to do with my temple. That means they can convince you to harm yourself and go against your God through this cognitive dissonance. That's number one. Number two, Elder Lawyer, I need you to get those scriptures on clean and unclean.
Yes, sir.
Before we go there, let me say this. And it's about taking action, not about talking, taking action. How many times we see the successful of our people? You can point them out. Usually it's in an entertainment field of sports or whatever the case might be. Immediately they'll come back, they'll give out turkeys, give out this, give out that in the community, show their face to really the base that supports them. And the same communities I've just shown you. When really, the answer would be what? If we all came together, had town meetings in every area, no politicians, no nothing, and say, listen, we are being assaulted by demons. It's one thing to try to heal you from the sicknesses, but we'll be running ourselves in circles. Let's clean this up first. Instead of running around and putting a Band-Aid on our issues. Let's clean this up. We have enough money. Sports announcers, football players, basketball players, to do what? To have a sanitation service, to make sure every block our people live on have cans in front of there. instead of going to the suburbs to see how sanitation really works. I'm talking about a cheap fix to make sure every house, every living place has proper sanitation. Every place we live, where we don't have to go someplace else to see what normal cleanliness looks like. Cans, regular sanitation pickups, everything nice and neat and uniform like it was before the civil rights movement. And guess what? That's a low cost. To get children look at seeing that living amongst trash isn't normal. That's a quick fix. That's something that everyone can participate with, including the people who are living in the neighborhoods. A trash can. A trash can and proper sanitation pickup. Scheduled block cleanings. You know how many demons, and I'm going to prove this, demons need filth to survive amongst populations. Come on, other lawyer. Give me some examples of clean and unclean. Let's go.
Yes, sir. This is the book of Leviticus chapter 11, verse number 46 through 47.
Come on.
This is the law of beast and of the fowl and of every living creature that moveth in the waters and of every creature that creepeth upon the earth, to make a difference between the unclean and the clean, and between the beast that may be eaten and the beast that may not be eaten.
So you notice the God of Israel, and this is why they don't want us knowing we're Israel. Because now you can know by reading the Bible what's clean and what's unclean. And how you interpret this is the unclean comes with a demon that I accept in my quarters, living within my temple. The unclean comes with a demon. See, that's the highest level of understanding. It has nothing to do with what they're telling you. That it's about praying over the food and making it clean. That's a lie. The food, when it says every meat is clean to be received with thanksgiving, is what? The clean food the Bible states to eat. Everything unclean comes with a demon. That's why it's unclean. Come on, other lawyer.
Yes, sir. Jumping over to Leviticus chapter 15, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying...
Hold up. Get me swine in particular out of Leviticus 11.
Leviticus chapter 11, verse number 7. And the swine, though he divide the hoof, and is cloven footed, yet he cheweth not the cud, he is unclean unto you.
He is unclean to you. And I'm going to show you that unclean foods is unclean even according to Christ. He cast spirits into swine on purpose. So you wonder why there's so much confusion in our communities concerning what's going on right now. And we don't even realize we're sitting ducks. Because our communities are riddled with uncleanliness and demons. It's too cluttered. Our lives are too cluttered and confused to understand that our people are between the crosshairs. And the enemies are coming at us, but they're just sitting around there. Well, Trump, Trump is gone. Brother, this is way deeper than Trump. You're sitting back waiting to be destroyed in a state of arrested development, cognitive dissonance, riddled by demons, and they're picking us off one at a time, starting with the elderly first. And guess what? They're doing this in plain sight right before our eyes. But there's so many demons and confusion real in our neighborhoods, and so much confusion concerning this COVID. They got us looking this way, and they snatching grandma. They snatching your cousin under the guise of COVID. Hank Aaron, a legend. If they can do this to a legend right before you, guess what, folks? The regular Tom and Joe don't stand a chance. Hank Aaron, go out and take himself a shot, a legend. And 2 weeks come up dead, and none of our people in the neighborhoods can put 2 and 2 together. They're putting down grandmom, they're putting down grandpop right in front of our eyes. You know why? Because the demons have blinded our people. The uncleanliness, the sin. Come on, give me another example of uncleanliness.
Yes, sir. Leviticus chapter 15, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When any man have a running issue of his flesh,
if any man have a running issue of his flesh,
because of his issue,
that means pus coming out of you, mucus coming out of you, blood coming out of you. A running issue is a sore. This is how put together we were as a people. That if something protruded or came up on us abnormal, the priests, all of us knew that it was an attack, that it was a demon. Read.
Speak unto Aaron and unto Israel, or speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When any man hath a running issue out of his flesh, because of his issue, he is unclean.
He is unclean. See? That means blood and all that stuff. You're not supposed to be operating amongst that. That's an unclean environment. You stay unclean. And that's why some of these people working in the hospitals and doctors, they develop this it's like it's like operating without a soul to some degree. They get so used to sicknesses and death, they don't even realize that it has affected their sensitivities as a person. They don't even realize when you're around death like that, and they purposely have us administer the death so we're the accomplices. It'll be the doctors and the head nurses telling you to do it. And we will freely run interference for them, make excuses for them when we know these institutions are killing our people, but they'll put a sister or somebody in position to administer the morphine, and you know you killing the people. Guess what? You're not going to get away. You're not going to tell the Most High in the day of judgment that you were just doing your job. Believe me, they'll sit back and you know what? They'll tell you to do it, but you won't see them go in and do it because the blood is on your hands. You nurses and you others, you know what you're doing up in these old folks' homes and in these hospitals. You know when they order morphine that you do it so much and just go home and go to sleep and eat dinner like it doesn't happen. You become desensitized to life that God has given people. You become desensitized to God-given life. And you believe you're going to get away with it? You think you're going to tell the Most High it was your job when you know what you was putting in that drip, putting down that old person, talking about you're going to make them comfortable? God and the angels have taken account. How can you sleep at night knowing that part of your job is every day putting down a person? Don't think but you know why? You're living in an environment of demons, around demons and death. That's what these hospitals are. They're morgues. They're conclaves of deadly death. Souls are being moved and sucked out of the life of people every day in there. And you're walking in there operating as if it's normal. And when you're asked to do something that you know is unethical, when everyone else is wondering, well, who's going to do it? You're the one raising your hand, talking, I'll take care of it. The Most High is going to take care of you. No one gets away. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Verse number 3. And this shall be his uncleanness in his issue, whether his flesh run with his issue, or his flesh be stopped from his issue, it is uncleanness.
It is uncleanliness. So there was laws on everything. Like if you was to get a scrape on yourself, you had, and that's how clean we were. That's how in place we were. That if anything was out of place, when we were a people, it would disrupt the whole environment. Like, well, hold up. Is he bleeding? Is that a cut? That's how put together we were as a nation. Nothing was out of place. And there was a clear distinction and understanding and knowing the difference between what was right and what was wrong. What was clean and what's unclean. See? That's what a clean people is. See? Come on, let's go.
Yes, sir. Verse 4. Every bed whereon he lieth, that hath the issue, is unclean, and everything whereon he sitteth shall be unclean. And whosoever toucheth his bed shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water.
Look, man, look at that, lawyer. We were so clean as a people that if we sat on the furniture or sat on or touched something that someone unclean sat on, we became unclean. That's a big difference between what I'm reading in the Bible and this. That's a big difference. That if you sit on something, a person that's unclean sat on it, you're dirty. You see why they don't want us to know we're Israelites, folks? You see why? Because with Israelites, it comes accountability to a God, a clean God. And immediately we will wake up all together and say, we're not living in this filth. This is something as a people we have control over. We have control over whether or not dirt is strove all over the streets. But yet we'll go into one of these Hasidic neighborhoods, Jewish neighborhoods, Chinese communities, East Indian communities. And we'll look at that and be like, man, it's real nice here. As if that can't exist amongst us. Unclean people create unclean environments. And it starts first with the Christian church teaching people it's okay to be unclean and eat things unclean and be unclean as a people under grace. No other people is teaching that nonsense to their people. There's no grace going on. Guess what? The town meeting is this week. Trash pickup is this week. Recycling is this week. This is how you have to have your cardboard packed, or we're not taking it. Everything is in order with every other people except the people who what? Taught cleanliness on earth. Taught order on earth. And you wonder why we don't know what's going on with COVID. They saying this, saying that, because we don't even have the environment to think straight as a people. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Verse number 5. And whosoever toucheth his bed shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the even.
And be unclean unto the even. And guess what, folks? All through Leviticus, when you read the 15th chapter and all the way through, straight clean. If a man and woman marry, consummate their marriage duty, guess what? They had to wash, and they was unclean and couldn't go into the temple until a few days later. When a woman, when she's on her monthly, a 7-day period that she had to be separated and she couldn't touch anything or was unclean. They had a house where the women would go and, pamper each other who was unclean at that time. And, they'd be living in a place together. And then after they're clean, they'll go back amongst the population and go into the temple at that time. issues of blood. That's how organized we were as a people. So Christ said, listen, he come to bring this because healing cannot happen under the spirit of while there's uncleanliness going on. Just imagine, Elder Lawyer and us, we go out and we pray over someone who's dealing with a disease. They get healed, and then the next day they go and get a COVID jab. And get it shot right back in them. What good is the healing if our minds aren't cleansed first? We'll just go, just like a pig. Just like a pig, we'll go right back into the mire. And that's what's going on in these churches. You go to pray, oh, I'm sick, I'm this, that, and the other. I got high blood pressure. Please pray for me, Pastor. And you will go there to pastor pray over you. And you will leave and you will go get you a pork chop sandwich. You will go do something unclean that led to the sickness. Not realizing that order and cleanliness are the first stages. For what? For all healing. Pharmaceutical medications weren't made for healing. Okay? They were made to keep you up on the drug to perpetuity, so that you can be a consumer dependent on the drug until that drug does what? Put your behind in a grave. That's not medicine. That's not healing. That's a slow death while the pharmaceuticals suck the life and every dime out of your insurance. That's all that is. That has nothing to do with healing. Elder Lawyer, let's get Matthew 1:27. We're gonna run through these.
St. Matthew chapter 1, verse number 20.
I'm sorry, Mark 1:27. When I'm breaking down Christ's ministry when it comes to healing, who we should be listening to when it comes to healing in any sick environment. The powers that be who control these spirits and demons that have run rampant in our communities, folks, have incentivized uncleanliness, whoredom, sinning, drug dealing, unclean lives, adultery, fornication. They've incentivized all that. And now look at our communities, torn apart. Everyone is sitting around waiting to die. Unclean everywhere. Trash strove all over the place. McDonald's on every other block. And we don't even realize by doing so, with all these demons destroying our people, our vessels are subjected to who? The overlords, the taskmasters, the top sorcerers. And I'm speaking of who? The Prince Saul Freemasons, the AME Church, who are top sorcerers. The synagogue of Satan. They're able to use our children in their youth and take all the strength from our people at the peak of our existence, only to put us down once we pass 30. They use to strengthen us like a battery, only to discard us afterwards. And it's our environment, folks. We need to take all that back. Take our temple back. Serve the living God. And stop giving these demons power over us through our uncleanliness. Let's go, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. St. Mark chapter 1, verse number 27. And they were all amazed, insomuch that they questioned among themselves, saying, what thing is this? What new doctrine is this?
Look, Christ was healing so many people that they started asking about the doctrine. What type of doctrine? Now, you can't say it's about following the law because the Pharisees and scribes had the Torah and the Tanakh. There was some understanding of the origin of demonology, the spirits who do what? Imprison and put our people in bonds. Christ gave the disciples the understanding of that. Of how if he created all the elements and everything in the universe, everything is subjected unto those who are under Christ's doctrine and are at the behest. The spirits are at the behest of his command. Read it.
And they were all amazed, insomuch that they questioned among themselves, saying, What thing is this? What new doctrine is this? For with authority commandeth he even the unclean spirits, and they do obey him.
And they do obey him. What is this showing, folks? The unclean spirits come from uncleanliness. Christ was able to identify the root of the uncleanliness, have them recognize it, and root the spirit out of them. Now, how would the enemy do that in reverse? Instead of helping you overcome the sickness in you, they'll use the sickness to keep us as perpetual slaves under them. Because they're under some command. Either they're under the command of one master, who's the God of Israel, or the master of this world, Satan. Either way, they're under command. See, and that's the authority Christ brought to the earth. How to clean ourselves so that we can understand how to battle on that level. So it doesn't matter what the enemy tries to do. Those spirits are still subjected to Christ. And they don't know who to engage and who to avoid. No, we shouldn't be scared of them. They in Christ will be afraid of you. Come on, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 28. And immediately his fame spread abroad throughout all the region round about Galilee.
Now let's go to Mark 3:11.
St. Mark chapter 3, verse number 11.
Yeah.
I say unto thee, arise and take up thy bed, and go thy way into thine house. And immediately he arose and took up the bed and went forth before them all, insomuch that they were all amazed and glorified God, saying, We never saw it on this fashion.
We never saw healing on this fashion before. Folks, what Christ would tell a man, take up your bed, you're healed. Why? Because keep in mind, when Christ heals, he says what? As much faith be within you, this day be healed. It's the faith of the person believing they're healed opposed to what this world science is telling them. When you tell somebody they're sick over and over again, and it's publicized through the news, plastered on your billboards, everywhere you go, you can't taste, you can't do this, eventually you're going to feel that you have the sickness. Because what? You have developed a belief system in something that didn't exist. It became real in your belief system. So now you are exhibiting the side effects of the programming. So that's why I say be careful what you all believe in, because that what you believe becomes your reality. Why you think that if it was real, they wouldn't have to plaster it through the media like that. We would actually see it happening. If it was that real, they wouldn't have to plaster it and put it in our minds and convince us it's real. But if you believe it, you bring it into existence. That's the power and nature of a living soul. Understand, you have the power to produce the sickness by believing it. And this is why They hated Christ, folks, because Christ broke people free from the mental bondage, the mental enslavement that comes with you believing something adverse, negative against God's power. Nothing is impossible if you believe it. But they have lowered our faith system and made it where we would have more faith in the liars and people who've been lying to us in science and Fauci and all these others than Christ. And the Most High is trying to snap you out of your psychosis. Stop believing what you're seeing. They're convincing you to a degree where what? You are bringing it in existence. And if it's real, and you're showing forth it's real because you believe it, guess what? They're the solution to you being the problem. Okay? Finish reading. Let's go now to Mark 5 and 13. Let's go.
St. Mark chapter 5, verse number 13.
Yes.
And forthwith Yeshua gave them leave, and the unclean spirits went out and entered into the swine, and the herd ran violently down a steep place into the sea.
Oh, hold up. So Christ cast the demons into where, Elder Lawyer?
It says that Yeshua gave them leave, and the unclean spirits went out and entered into the swine.
They went where?
Into the swine.
They entered into the swine. Read.
And the herd ran violently down a steep place into the sea. They were about 2,000 and were choked in the sea.
And were choked in the sea. So demons can live in unclean animals. So you're sitting there innocently eating some food, believing that it's okay, not realizing the spiritual impact. What are you receiving in the food? Hold that, Elder Lawyer, and let's get 2nd Esdras, the 16th chapter, where it says, being idle, eating things sacrificed to idols. You wonder why the East Indians, the Arabs, the Chinese, and others have gained the economic authority over your communities? Well, they continually keep you confused with the food they're feeding you, sacrificed to idols. This is how you voluntarily allow the demons into your temples. This is how you do it. You think you're just eating and enjoying yourself and all that, but you got a demon that now they can control. See? In you. Let's read it, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. You said chapter and verse?
2nd Esdras 16. Let me get my apocrypha here. Pass me your apocrypha here. Right here. Right over there. Any red one or my Bible? Any one. I get it. Look over there. It's over there. Right there. In the corner. No, right there. Where the King James book at. Yeah. Where it says a burning multitude, a wrath, a multitude burning over them.
Yes, sir. 2nd Esdras chapter 16, verse number 68.
Read.
For the burning wrath of a great multitude is kindled over you, and they shall take away certain of you, and feed you, being idle, with things offered unto idols.
With what?
With things offered unto idols.
While you're idle, while you're not looking, while you're not thinking about it, these Gentile Satan worshipers will feed you food that's sacrificed to their gods. These are demons that are running rampant in our communities through what? Through their daily sacrifices. A daily sacrifice is when an animal dies to nourish you. So you wonder why the other nations get richer and we get crazier at the same time? This is how they have gotten generational slaves from one generation to the next, right up under our noses. It's the gods and demons they pray to for prosperity, but it comes with the price. The soul of the children of Israel. The souls of the children of Israel's children. So when you free yourself fully from them, you would realize, well, listen, I need to stop patronizing them altogether and get our clean foods and only work amongst our community to make sure we know what's going into our children's body, into our children's minds, our people's vessels. Cut their gods off, because what you're eating is giving them power over you. Go into a Chinese store, one of these other stores, and look in the corner and you'll see a little idol over there. These are the demons and all that they pray when you come to their stores and all that. That's right. So that you can ingest and take the demon, eat the demon. And now the Chinese and others have power over you. See? Elder Lawyer. Now let's go to Mark 5:13. Did we read that one yet?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to Luke 4:36.
St. Luke chapter 4, verse number 36.
Come on.
And they were all amazed and spake among themselves, saying, What a word is this? For with authority and power he commandeth the unclean spirits, and they come out.
He do what?
With authority and power.
With authority and power. This is why they don't want you reading the Bible and understanding the true power of Christ's ministry. And you can't say the Christian church we see today has his true ministry with everyone in the church sick and unclean. They were astonished at Christ's doctrine because this was something different. He showed our executing the law and being a clean people. On top of that, identifying the demons that are haunting and harming our people, that they are in subjection to Christ's name. And through that belief and faith, you can call demons out of people. See? They don't want you to understand the rules of engagement, spiritual warfare. They want you to believe all things are relative and things just happen through coincidence. Doesn't work that way. We're teaching today how to set yourself free, how to control, how to get some power back, some power back over our own temples. That's why when people tell me and they call and say, well, it's mandatory. It's this, it's that. Well, it's mandatory. The only thing that's mandatory is God. That's who's mandatory. Don't let no person convince you that following some Satanist, some evil little dwarf somewhere and what he's saying and make you believe that what he's saying is mandatory. What's wrong with our people? The Bible, God is mandatory. The laws and statutes and commandments is mandatory. Don't let nobody tell you, well, they're going to change this law and it's going to affect my life. It's going to, nah. Let it be. So be it. They try to do the same thing when we were in Egypt. When we began to wake up and resist the power, they say, well, I'll tell you what. You can make brick without straw. They've always tried to institute something that'll make life harder on us. They've always done this. And our God have never failed us through it. He was with us through the whole thing. They're going to always threaten you. Threaten your livelihood. Threatening your being. They try to do the same thing in Egypt. Well, let's see what happens when you try to make brick without straw. He made that mandatory. And our God crushed his behind. I'm tired of our people acquiescing and always in fear of what the devil and his agents are talking about. As if your God don't have power. What do you get the truth for? Afraid of everything they're telling you. Don't you know fear puts us in subjection to them? I don't know what I'm going to do. Unemployment going to run out. And I didn't get my stimulus check. I mean, what's wrong? You're the children of God. That's why when people tell me something like, yeah, okay, all right. And my life going the same way every day because I'm not subjected to that garbage. When did the mainstream media ever tell us the truth and told us what was right for us? When? Break your cognitive dissonance. Read that again, Elder Lawyer, Luke 4:36.
Yes, sir. St. Luke chapter 4, verse number 36. And they were all amazed and spake among themselves, saying, What a word is this? For with authority and power he commandeth the unclean spirits, and they come out.
That's what they are afraid of, folks. If you don't get this stuff shot up in you, if you begin to deny the demons and the uncleanliness that have always festered and destroyed our neighborhoods and take full ownership of yourself, your temple, your children, your community, they will have no more power over you. They'll actually fear the God who chose you. They'll see the power of God in you and avoid you. They'd rather focus on those who are ready to roll over for them. They don't want to run into a road grader, someone that's operating with the Most High in Christ, with power to cast them out, recognizing that they're nothing. They'd rather deal with the population who would readily accept their poisons and readily accept their campaign to destroy. Why would they fight against? Why would they engage themselves in a fight they know they'll lose? But if you are fearful, guess what? It tell you in the book of Hebrews that Satan have always used the fear of death, Hebrews the 2nd chapter, to put people under bonds, under subjection. They always threaten. They threaten people to put you in bonds. Don't even deal with that, folks. They close the door and the Most High will open 2 or 3 doors. Come on, let's go. Elder Lawyer, let's get the last one and I'm gonna let you go before we open up the lines. Mark 16 and 14. Listen clearly to this, the 14th through the 18th verse.
St. Mark chapter 16, verse number 14. Afterward he appeared unto the 11 as they sat at meat, and upbraided them with their unbelief and hardness of heart, because they believed not them which had seen him after he was risen. And he said unto them, Go ye into all the world, and preach the gospel to every creature. He that believeth and is baptized shall be saved, but he that believeth not shall be damned. And these signs shall follow them that believe.
Read that again. These signs.
And these signs shall follow them that believe.
Now, if you don't believe, you're condemned anyway. But whatever you do, like I said, when people call here, don't put your fears on the people here. We believe in the power of the Almighty. If you're scared, go get a dog. This ain't the place for you to be crying and what you fear. It's time for you to stand up in the boldness of the Almighty. Clean your house. Clean your environment. Become a clean vessel of the Almighty and take the power of Christ as your sword and cut the devil. Okay? This ain't the place for the fearful. You have to walk in the full authority as a child of Israel, as the prince of God. Here's the signs that will follow those who believe. Read.
It says, In my name shall they cast out devils.
In my name, and that's why the name is important, Yeshaya. In my name shall they cast out devils. Read.
They shall speak with new tongues.
Speak with new languages. And folks, I've seen it. I've had email and all that from people speaking a different language, seen us online and knew what we were teaching and wanted to be baptized without knowing English. Now you figure that out. Read.
Verse 18. They shall take up serpents, and if they drink any deadly thing.
Woo! Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Chapter and verse.
St. Mark chapter 16, verse 18.
Hold up. I'm going to pull this up in the Greek. I see you, Rock, shaking your head. You see where I'm going at. Mark 16 and what? Come on.
Verse 18.
Verse 18. Listen to this in the Greek. Listen to this in the Greek. And they shall take up serpents. The idea of sharpness, a snake, cunning, malicious person, Satan, serpent. Remember I coined this stuff they shooting people, Satan serum? The reason why people are dying from this and all that and all that and getting sick because of this, you know why? Because the cunning serpent convinced them that it would make them better and life better if they volunteered their souls and their body to be tested. I got something I'm going to play in one moment right before I open up the calls. Nurses are laying up sick all over the place, and they're not even reporting this. People are dropping like flies because they were convinced things will get better. I'm like, that's their business. You know what? Because they volunteered. And I'm telling people over and over again, the majority of the deaths they will execute here is going to be voluntary. They're going to be like, listen, we didn't force you to do it. We didn't make you do it. You came and volunteered. You came out. You came and you stood in line for this. Ain't our fault. Like Hank Aaron, he was a great hero. Okay, we'll see him on the other side. It says what? They will what?
They shall take up serpents, and if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them.
When it says drink any deadly thing, that's talking about ingesting or taking poison. Some people are poisoned already, and this is why they're ramping their schedule up. Because based on the shots and the sterilization shots they've been giving us since polio, our people were supposed to be dead a long time ago. They're just looking at us like, I don't understand. If we would have had the same strain of shots in our white neighborhoods, we would have been wiped out already. And these people get shots and they go play basketball and become greater. What's up with these people? If it would have been any other race of people with the scheduled shots they've put in our neighborhoods, they would have been dead already. Come on, let's go.
Yes, sir.
And any deadly thing.
It says, they shall lay hands on the sick.
They shall lay hands on the sick. And what, Elder Lawyer?
And they shall recover.
And they shall recover. Do you believe? Do you believe? You should be focusing on this, not Fauci. The only reason they out here panicking the people and confusing the people is because they're losing control of you. By you choosing the law, statutes, and commandments and renouncing the gods of these false religions, you are gaining power over your being and what Christ has begun to free you. And this is why they don't care if the stories match. They don't care if the stories make sense. They're going to throw all types of confusion out there and all that. Why? To keep you under this state of arrested development and cognitive dissonance. When really they are afraid of you. One more scripture, Elder Lawyer. Hebrews, the 2nd chapter, where it tell you that Satan used fear to put people under bondage, which is control. This is how they continually gain mental slaves. And after this, I'll open up the lines. 515-605-9327. Let's read it, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Let's start with he was made a little lower than the angels.
Yes, sir. Hebrews chapter 2, verse 9.
Yeah.
But we see Yeshua, who was made a little lower than the angels for the suffering of death, crowned with glory and honor, that he by grace, or by the grace of God, should taste death for every man. For it became him of whom are all things, and by whom are all things, in bringing many sons unto glory, to make the captain of their salvation perfect through sufferings.
Come on.
For both he that sanctifieth and they who are sanctified are all one, for which cause he is not ashamed to call them brethren, saying, I will declare thy name unto my brethren in the midst of the church. Jumping down a few verses. Verse number 14. For as much then as the children are partakers of flesh and blood,
that's us,
he also himself likewise took part of the same, that through death he might destroy him that had the power of death, that is the devil.
That is the devil. Read.
And deliver them who through fear of death were
so
all
hold up. And deliver them through fear of death. Who would put out in the media what? Fear of a disease. Who would do that? Fear of someone dying. The Bible is pointing out the fact that Satan is behind this whole campaign, folks. Read it again.
And deliver them who through fear of death were all their lifetime subject to bondage.
All their lifetime subjected to bondage, because everything you did was dictated off of what? The fear of something happening to you. Everything you've done came out of what? The fear factor first. That's a slave. That's a slave. You have to overcome your fears before you actually accomplish an idea. Who put the fear in you? The devil. The idea should have been absolute, without obstacle. You should have just had the idea and executed it. But why you don't have the idea and have that unbridled mind just to achieve whatever you think? Because the devil put the fear of things in you first. The only time you can think freely is to do what? Is to serve him. See? There goes some wisdom for you right there. See? The only time you can think freely is to benefit them. See? Read that part again.
Hebrews chapter 2, verse number 15. And deliver them who through fear of death were all their lifetime subject to bondage.
Subject to bondage. And I can give you an example of how the only time you can execute an idea and liberally do it is when it benefits them. A woman has a baby in her stomach. She's about to have a baby and someone says, well, listen, why are you going to throw away the good years of your life? That's your body, your choice. She's free to terminate a life. Because what? It's her body, her choice. But here it is. I'm not exhibiting any symptoms of any disease, and I'm absolutely normal. I feel the same way I felt before the Colt 45 virus came into media existence. And when they say that everyone needs to get something injected in them, I can't state freely like a woman with a life that this is my body, my choice. You see how that doesn't apply unless they allow it, unless it fits their narrative for depopulation? I'm not terminating the life. I'm only making a decision on just myself. But I can't make I don't have the same liberal choice when it comes to taking something in my body. I thought that you told women, empowering women, that it was their body, their choice. But yet you're going to make them the face of this to push this in our communities? Why is it the shots, their body, their choice. Oh, so that only applies if they want to kill their baby. If they want to kill someone who looks like me. Come on, other lawyer. Last piece. Read that again.
Yes, sir. For as much then as the children are partakers of flesh and blood, he also likewise took part, or also himself likewise took part of the same, that through death he might destroy him that had the power of death, that is the devil.
That is the devil. Read.
And deliver them who through fear of death were all their life.
Remember when we showed in lawyer Isaiah 61 where he says he come to free the prisoners?
Yes, sir.
Who has us in prison? Read that again.
And deliver them who through fear of death were all their lifetime subject to bondage.
Subject to bondage because of the uncleanliness. We have uncleanliness in our bodies, in our environments, and through that, there's sorcerers. The synagogue of Satan controls us because they control the demons running rapid in our communities through invocation and sorcery. But Christ have come to deliver us. Okay, like it said, deliver those who were what? Through fear of death in bondage. So we got to stop fearing, because they're fear mongering all through the news and all that to do what? To coax us into voluntary death. Okay, suicide by choice is what's going on right now. Sickness by choice is what's going on. And they're using the media, the propaganda, to kill many of us. So when you see those bills being passed, like Joe Biden saying that they have all these immigrants coming in with no room in an overpopulated country already, as they claim, it's not that they're looking to add immigrants to the population. They're adding those they're looking to replace after the COVID-19 military operation is finished. And the majority of it is going to be by choice. But you have nothing to fear. You have nothing to fear if you believe in the first begotten of the Father, clean ourselves up, and do what? Rid our neighborhoods of these spirits, and do what? Fight spiritually against these demons. Following God's law, cleaning up our neighborhoods, getting our family right. Nix what the media is saying and listen to God. Open up that Bible, apply his word, instill his law, and you'll be just fine. And if we do get sick, the Most High is going to show his authority through the healing that's actually within those who believe. The whole earth is going to know the power of Christ in this earth through his people. A population of sick people being made whole. And that is for those who believe. That's the sign that will be shown throughout the four corners of the earth in the midst of sickness. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
You got the floor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I wanted to mention, especially going back to many of the points you were making as far as cleanliness goes in our communities, in our lives, in our homes, and otherwise. Usually, when we hear this from I guess you would say, our people being predominantly Christian, hearing this being a Christian, or these concepts being a Christian, we usually associate it with, being too either disciplined or being over righteous, or whatever the case may be. And it's not until we begin to adopt another religion that we begin to accept the idea of cleanliness in our lives. So, for example, I don't know if you noticed that, but when our people join Islam, they adhere to all the strict discipline, and I'm talking about those who are serious about their belief. Of course, we know you got phonies in every religion. But in Islam, for those who at least try to adhere to the practices of Islam, you'll notice that they adhere to the 5 prayers. And before they pray, they have to ensure a number of things. They have to ensure, as best as possible, that there's no dirt on their bodies. They got to make sure their teeth is flossed, their teeth are clean. They got to make sure that, you know, their bodies are shaven and things. They got to go through all of these things before they approach their God in prayer. And this is to what we call, or what we understand to be, a false idol god. But yet, being people who proclaim to be Christians and followers of Christ, and those who are followers of the book of the true God, it seems like we have a hard time adapting or adopting to some of these principles of discipline and cleanliness, not understanding that the Muslims, a lot of those principles, they got it from the Bible. They got it from us. Mm-hmm. They didn't originate a lot of these different principles of cleanliness and discipline in their religion themselves. They got it from the Hebrews. Mm-hmm. Now, there's a few things I wanted to touch on. I'm sorry, you were saying something?
No, go ahead. No, I didn't say anything. The floor is yours.
Okay.
I was just in agreement.
Yes, sir. So I wanted to read something real quick, because this is in relation to also, as you were mentioning earlier, dealing with the mental state of our people. One thing that you were mentioning, that there was a difference, obviously, between the scribes and Pharisees in Christ. Yeah. The scribes and Pharisees had the law, and they had certain principles of discipline and cleanliness, but it was only done for show. It wasn't something that was genuine. When Christ came to confound them and actually speak against the scribes and Pharisees, he said this. Matthew, the 23rd chapter and the 25th verse, he says, "Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for ye make clean the outside of the cup and of the platter, but within you are full of extortion and excess. Thou blind Pharisee, cleanse first that which is within the cup." Cleanse your heart first. Cleanse your mind first. As the scriptures say, "Be ye transformed by the renewal of your mind." That's where the cleanliness starts, transforming the inside. And then Christ said, okay, now it's time to deal with the outside, making sure that you actually, whatever is within is represented without, right? So that's dealing with the mental aspect of what we face in our communities, within ourselves, within our homes, within our lives, both the physical cleanliness, as well as the spiritual cleanliness, the mental cleanliness, and how all these things work together in a symbiotic relationship, which really, what the point we're getting to is that through these things, we can be made whole. We don't have to be in fear of what's being put out there in front of us as far as a fear of a sickness or a fear of this, a fear of that. We can be made whole and healed if we adhere to the principles that God gave us in the scriptures. Again, mental cleanliness, spiritual cleanliness, and also physical cleanliness. And with that, I yield.
The water, Lloyd. And I want to say this on top of that. We can't heal ourselves, brothers and sisters, according to the Gentiles' science. See, you have to realize there's a difference between treating symptoms and curing people. There's a clear distinction, and I think through this modern day way of this crazy Frankenstein medicine, we believe that if we don't have a symptom, that's curing. See, and this is why their satanic scientists have been studying the brain for so long, before rolling out some of their pharmaceuticals after human testing. Because if they can turn off something in the brain that cuts off the symptom, it doesn't mean that the sickness isn't still lying dormant. See? So you have to realize, do you want healing or do you want a temporal fix while the demon still lies in your quarters. Okay, this is why Satan came up with a way with their science to treat symptoms. So because they know that at the root of every sickness is a demon. Christ didn't treat symptoms. He cast out the demon that caused the sickness, which led to the symptoms. So they was like, well, no, we have to do something about this because we need these demons for other things. They may appear as sicknesses, but they'll do other things. They'll give certain thoughts. They'll make somebody insatiable. They'll make them where they become a gluttonous and and overeat to the point where they're obese and look in the mirror and believe that they can put something on their cheeks and look thinner. See? Satan need the demon because it's the demon they control, because they really have no power over our temple without the demons they control. So they said, well, this is what we have to do. We have to treat the symptoms so that now they don't look to root out the demon in them. So here it is. You'll get a cold. You'll get cold and flu. And now here it is. Your nasal passages actually clear up. But you know you still have a cold. You know your body's still weak. And you know if you didn't take that Alka-Seltzer Plus or whatever the case is, you wouldn't have been able to sleep at night. So the sickness is still there, but they studied the brain to the level to cut off certain neural senses so that you'll get a relief and not deal with the demon that causes sicknesses. So if you want to be fully healed, you have to understand, brothers and sisters, that it comes with what? Total clarity of mind and getting yourself in line with God's law. Study what's clean or unclean, not to teach it to others, not to say this is what I know and you don't know it. No, to apply it for you and your family. Okay? To apply it, to set some standards when it comes to everything in your life, including what goes in your temple. Make sure you deal with the herbs. You deal with the herbs. You deal with clean foods. You make sure you eat organic. Stay away from mainstream medication and big pharma medication as far as you can. As far as you can. That's not medicine. It's sorcery. Sorcery, pharmacy come from a word pharmaki, which is witchcraft or sorcery in the Bible. And before I open because the example is, it's like an artificial way of doing what the Most High can do out of the Spirit. You notice every time Moses performed a miracle, when he turned the waters in the blood and did certain things, you had the Egyptian Pharaoh, elder lawyer, and his sorceress saying, well, here's a mixture and a concoction to show that we can do the same thing on a smaller level. Here's the science of how we can do it artificially on a lower scale. It's their science against what the Most High can do naturally. See, we're not subjected to their science. Okay, we're subjected to the God who made the elements from which they create their lower science. And we have to move ourselves above their cures, or not their cures, their medicine, because what? With all of their so-called, what you would call medicines, comes a side effect, comes a demon. So it's a trade-off. That's not a cure. How is it that you'll get one medicine that covers one symptom, but then you'll get a laundry list of side effects, suicidal thoughts, lymphatic cancer, restless leg syndrome, sterilization, heart palpitations, you name it, and it's a long list, a whole list, a grocery list, excuse me. A grocery list of side effects is not medicine. So this is what I'm going to ask y'all to do. And at the end of this, I'm going to show a few books that we have that you can actually purchase. when it comes to understanding the original herbs that was given to Noah. Okay, I got a few books there. I'm going to show a few. Y'all can order them if you would like. Folks, what they're doing isn't healing. It's the introduction. It's a trade-off. So I'm going to ask you to do this. If you have any medication, or if you're on medication, whatever the case is, and make sure you consult your doctor all the time when you do this. I'm not telling you what to do, but only thing I'm telling you is look at the side effects. Type in the medicine that you're taking in Google and look at the side effects, and then decide if this is something you would like to deal with. You're in agreement with a trade-off. It's like the demon is saying, well, listen, I'll fix this if you let me do these other things to you. That wasn't healing. That's not science. That's not Christ. That's not being whole. That's being subjected to a demon. All right, Elder Lloyd, I'm going to open up the calls, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me open up the calls. You can stick with me. Unclean spirits. Unclean spirits. And I would like to make an announcement before I open up the calls here. Let's see here. Again, Revelations 18 and 2. Revelation 18 and 2. Read it for me, Elder Lawyer, real quick. Revelation 18 and 2.
Revelation chapter.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Revelation chapter 18, verse 2. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils.
It became, when it says the capital of the Chaldeans are their scientists, their sorcerers. Babylon, sorcery. Read.
And it's become the habitation of devils. And
what? Of demons.
Devils.
Of demons. It says Damanian. Demons. Damon. Demons. And the whole, which is the haunt. That's right. Guarding or act. The haunting. Demon possession. Read.
Of every foul spirit. And a cage of every unclean and hateful bird.
And a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. Unclean. That's, you can't eat what's unclean. You can't put something in your body that's unclean. If they tell your children to shoot something in them, you have to look at the ingredients and understand it's against God. It's unclean, impure, lewd, demonic. When you look in the Greek, here's the words when you read it: demonic possession, spirit. And it says of every unclean bird. When you look at that unclean bird, it's what? Ornis, or a fowl, which links directly to the fallen angels, the fallen cherubs, and the fallen seraphim. Seraphim is another rank of angels under the cherubim that when they fell to the earth like phoenix, they were named serpents. Cherubims and seraphims. Seraphims, when you look at seraphim in the Bible, it translates to serpent. Fallen angels that came to this earth like the phoenix. I broke that down in the academy. I can't go into that here. I'm going to keep things the way it is. I'm going to keep it the way it is because you got to get in the academy, get those breakdowns. You know, that's a lot of books there. But hold on. But we're going to open it up for the calls. And yeah, 1 second. Let me, let's see. And yeah, you had to get in the academy for that. So yes, but you look up seraphim, it breaks down to serpent. You got cherubim. That's in the temple of the Most High. On the outside of the temple was the seraphim. When seraphim fell to the earth, seraphim breaks down to serpent. Fallen angels. Okay? And the serpent creates stings. Stings administer poisons. The poisons is to put man under subjection. Through what? Sickness and death. But Christ gave us the power to stomp, to stomp on the serpent. See? He's given us the power to give the understanding of how to set the people free, because the serpent must convince you to partake of his poison. Sounds familiar? You have the power of no. I don't believe any of it. If you believe it, you become subjected to it. Hold tight. Coming right back with the phone calls. 515-605-9327. I have a few announcements in between before the calls. And then, hey, the floor is yours. One moment. One moment. Be right back. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that he used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. That's right. That's right. Hebrew and Bible Academy, you are invited. We're going into week 4. Who is Edom? And we have some confessions from an Edomite who admits that he's from, that's right, the seed of Amalek. And he have genealogical proof of who he is, and he also admits after fighting against the synagogue of Satan, he's one of them, because he was raised under what you would call ritualistic sex type things growing up, and now he's revolting, telling it all. Of course, things like this I cannot play on YouTube, but it's going to be a part of our lesson, Who's Edom, the synagogue of Satan confesses, this coming Sunday in the Academy. If you want to be a part of it, no problem. Go to historytimes.org. You go to historytimes.org and you can enroll right there, and we'll have you in and make sure you receive all 3 lessons that you missed. You'll catch right up, and we still have over 2 months of knowledge-packed information. Elder Lawyer goes through the Hebrew. Shapat and I deal with that news, and there's a lot of news we can't cover on these platforms that we're free at this time to actually talk freely there. And the lessons are off the charts. Okay, so if you want to become a part of this, go to historytimes.org. Now, one other announcement here before the calls. One moment. Make sure I get all of it out of the way. 1 second. 1 second here. Okay, let me get this out of the way here. Yes, the calendars are ready for pre-order. Go to gatheringofchrist.org and get your Hebrew calendar. If believe it or not, the synagogue people aren't covering the correct holy days because they're only dealing with the moon. And most Hebrews, it's not their fault, because I was once doing the same thing. they're not following the holy day on the proper time. But the calendars are there if they want to get it, even if they don't say it's from us. They should get it and actually teach from it, because it's breaking down all of the holy days according to a calendar year of 52 Sabbaths, where all the holy days each year falls on the same day of the week at a fixed time each year, because we're not just using the moon. We're doing what the Most High say do. We're using the moon in conjunction with the sun. You cannot have a clock working with one dial. Time is counted using what? The sun and the moon. 52 Sabbaths, 5 and 2 is 7, and that gives you a complete 364-day year. Okay, so get your calendar. Get your calendar there. Go to gatheringofchrist.org and get your pre-orders. Yeah, they'll be shipped out in the beginning. We're looking at the beginning of February, mid-February. We're going to ship those out, and y'all have it before the new year. Okay? Oh, man, it's awesome too. Get your calendar. Also, if you want to become a part of the Hebrew Bible Academy, go to historytimes.org, and you'll see our picture there, Elder Lawyer and I, and get your Sunday morning dose, and you can enroll right here, historytimes.org. Okay, historytimes.org. Enroll. It's still early, so you're not going to miss anything. We'll give you the lessons you've missed, so don't worry about that. We can catch you up before Sunday. Go to historytimes.org. Now, someone was asking me and called me today about some of the herbs that was shown to Noah. Okay, here's a book that has a lot of those in it. Especially, it has a lot of what you would call the Asian remedies that Japheth kept intact. That's right. China and others are Japheth. The encyclopedia of Natural Medicines. The Encyclopedia of Natural Medicines. Okay. The third edition by Michael T. Murray and Joseph Pizzorno. Michael Pizzorno. I was looking at this yesterday, and what they did was these guys, they took all the remedies from all over the earth, be it from China, India, and different parts of Africa, and the Western world, amongst the Hopi Indians and the other Indians, and they all came up with all the herbs throughout the earth that's used for natural remedy. Okay, it's in the book. So it's called The Encyclopedia of Natural Medicine. The Most High made herbs for meat. Okay, these pharmaceuticals are used to kill people. Straight out. When I say kill people, eventually it comes with a price, a side effect. Okay? Now, real quick, let's get the calls. 515-605-9327. Okay, Elder Lawyer, what I'm going to do, I'm going to call you right back, okay? Oh, yeah, it was a video I was supposed to show. Don't go nowhere, Lawyer. There is a video I was supposed to show. Thank you, Elder Yara. I'm so busy trying to get to these calls. Where's that video? Okay, here it is. Here's the video here where a nurse is discussing. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Nurse speaks out. Nurses off sick after taking the Colt 45 jab. So this is a nurse who decided to speak out. Here it is.
Hi, Sarah. Yeah, I've just shared that last one that you've sent me. Sarah, I got a message from my friend at work. She works in the IT at Northwick Park. She just told us that loads of the staff have gone off sick. They've all got side effects. They've taken the vaccine, loads of them, and loads of them now are testing positive for the virus.
For those who don't understand, of course, she has a British accent. She said all the people she's working with who have taken the jab. I have to watch how I say this. The jab. They're all out with symptoms of the virus. All the people she works with. Listen again.
Hi, Sarah. Yeah, I've just shared that last one
Fair
that
use.
you sent me. Sarah, I got a message from my friend at work. She works in the IT at Northwick Park. She just told us that loads of the staff have gone off sick. They've all got side effects. They've taken the vaccine, loads of them, and loads of them now are testing positive for the virus. And apparently, the CEO of our hospital today has sent out an email to all the staff asking them to cancel any annual leave because the unit's crumbling. All the staff are gone off sick because of the side effects. I'm back to work on Tuesday, so I will find out more. And I'm so sad, Sarah, because I've been sending videos to colleagues and they've gone and taken the vaccine. And my colleague, my friend, Yolanda, she's been doing that so much and she's just so disheartened. So many have gone ahead and taken it, but they're sick now. They're all sick.
Yep, that's what's going on. That's what's going on. See, what they didn't tell people is they want the healthcare practitioners and the nurses and all that to take it. Why? So they can replace you with the East Indian and other immigrants who are coming in to actually execute the final solution. Because they know that people in America, that there's a threshold when it comes to what some things that we'll never do to our own family members and those in our country. It's a lot of people, a lot of the nurses were speaking out and all that and saying, listen, we're not going along with euthanizing a population. One white woman came out and said, we straight treating these black people, we're killing them, we're throwing them out like trash. So they say, well, we got something for you. Since you don't want to help us put them down, we're going to put y'all down and replace y'all with foreigners under the guise of immigration. That's the bill Joe Biden should. Hey, here we go. Guess what? We're followers of Christ. There's no fear amongst us. We understand. We see what they're doing, and knowing is half the battle. Elder Lawyer, I'm going to call you right back while I bring in the calls, all right? All right. They're going to come in on the back of what we built, as if they running something. 515-605-9327. Mind-controlled slaves, discovering the bonds which leads to perpetual servitude, and the righteous keys to free our minds. 340 area code. Let's go.
Hello, Shalom, elders.
Shalom, sunshine. You had us on speed dial, so I got you first. Talk to us. Let's go.
Yes, I do. Elders, what a mess. I was just thinking about all that you said. They do lie. The story changes and shifts, like you said, like it's its own chameleon to satisfy their purposes. And when any relief or skepticism seems to be happening in the population, they change gears and pile on more trials to keep the people in perpetual confused and burdened state of mind. Just like you said, there's no relief, but only with the help and strength of the Most High and with faith that we can change our mindset, faith as a mustard seed. And also this attempt to test the bottom area in China is now, it's like a forward sexual claim to all bodies of who they see as slaves still, just like how they claim they would do the same thing in Australia with the children, like when they did random searches of the nude bodies. This is them shouting out loud some of the sexual politics they operated in during the slaveries of the past. It's like another homosexual assault against righteous and normal functioning people. And we consider the same assault with how they feel with our bodies, our dead bodies. Not only do they want to make money off of our living bodies or our sick bodies or the organs or even our dead tissue, but they also want to continually make money off of the now awakening poor and slaves by having the dead speak false words to families and others across the world, that those dead can truly, they can't even speak it from the grave, but through the computer technologies, this is what they're doing. And this is another glimpse at this whole plan, the plan that they have for our brains to implant us and control our goings in and comings out, essentially through the many confusing stories that they set before us as an option. They're creating a true rat race in the nations, and specifically the heads of Edom's weird so-called experiment. They know that there are no gods, but they're pretending like under this grand delusion that they are God. They're trying to act as God, but they're clearly fools and dogs and sorcerers, like you were saying, and dwell without the temple and are not written in the book of life. But with the blood of Christ and the obedience to the Most High, this hope that we serve the living God, Ahia, the nations and their gods are afraid of that light switch that could come on at any time for any of us. And when we understand our purpose without fear of death, but as obedient children of Ahia, the nations, like frantic and reckless rush to keep hold of this crumbling world, will be clearly seen as vanity, knowing the eternity promised to the righteous of our people, And that's all I wanted to say, elders.
Thank you,
based on
Sunshine.
what you said.
Bless you.
Praise
You always
be
bring
the
some
Most
good points.
High.
Bless you and your family. Bless
Praise
you.
to the Most High. Praise you. Bless you. Praise the Most High.
There you go, Sunshine. Or for those who missed the story she was referring to, she was talking about, that's right. China won an anal probe on man, woman, and children to see if to see if you're positive for the Colt 45 virus. China deploys. This is a serious mission here. Anal swab test to detect high risk. Now, this is black people right here. When you say high risk, how long they've been telling us for months we're high risk. So this disease only affects high risk people. What type of disease is this? An anal probe. COVID-19 cases. China deploys anal swab test. You can't make this stuff up. To detect high risk COVID-19. Forbes News. This is no conspiracy theory here, folks. Forbes News. An anal probe reported in business by Robert Hart. There go your minority right here. This is your minority just smiling from ear to ear, saying, listen, this, with that extra S in there, I can't wait. I can't wait to be one of the first to administer this. With the extra S in it. China deploys anal swab test to detect high risk COVID-19, and Robert Hart will be on the front line. He'll be on the front line helping you underprivileged blacks. Okay, figure out what you got. Okay, I trust in Christ. I ain't mess around with this stuff here. What'd you say?
They couldn't wait for the aliens. They said, we got.
Yeah, listen. This thing is, listen. We're going to find COVID one way or the other. 512 area code. Mind-controlled slaves. Discovering the bonds which leads to perpetual servitude and righteous keys to free our minds. If you believe any of it, you're going to fall for all of it. And guess what? Robert Hart will be waiting in a room with a mask. 512 area code. Let's go.
Shalom, shalom, and shalom. Elder Ricard, Elder Loya, and Sister Diane from Killeen, Texas.
Hey, how are you?
You can hear me? Good. You have my spirit soaring. I'm telling you, you don't even know how excited I am right now. I am ready to drive over to Pennsylvania and just sit there and have a glass of raw milk with you. You don't even know. Let me tell you, tonight's show was beyond excellent, and it's just beginning with all the callers coming in. Beyond excellent. I mean,
praise the Most High.
And it's confirmation what you're bringing forth about the medications, because I just did 2 recent talks about medications and the dangers, the side effects. I mean, you were so right on when it comes to what to talk about. This is what your people need to hear so much, and all of us, the Gentiles who cling to Israel. Let me just say, Elder Ricard, let me just say that before medications were introduced to medical physicians, they used a nutrient-rich substance to heal all manner of chronic diseases. I'll tell you what that substance is.
Come on.
Did you ever hear of the AAMMC? If not, it stands for the American Association Medical Milk Commissions. They certified clean, safe, raw milk. They certified it for medical therapeutic use. Raw milk has been used in hospitals throughout the United States from 1893 to 1999. The AAMMC certified raw milk to be used. It was used in hospitals throughout the country, throughout the United States, to heal all manner of chronic illnesses, diseases, and sicknesses. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. Everything from high blood pressure to heart disease, kidney disease, to liver disease. This is all in the medical literature. Everything from asthma to arthritis to diabetes. As a matter of fact, I just published an ebook about raw milk. I'd like to bless you with it, Elder Ricard, because I don't know where to send it. But it's all this research from medical doctors saying how they healed all manner of diseases with properly produced raw milk, because not all raw milk is healthy, but properly produced milk is. And there's so many medical doctors who quote the amazing successes that they've had. And I mean, I've been drinking raw milk for so many years now. I have not been to a medical physician in over 20 years. I say that because I've lost count. I've literally lost count. And this is somebody who has been tied up. I have been tied up in the medical community for over a quarter of a century. So I'm like that woman with the issue of blood. I know what it's like to go through all these medical physicians and their medications. And guess what? I only grew worse. I'm sitting here talking to you without eyesight. I used to be able to see before I went to them. I mean, I can go on and on. I don't want to take up too much time. But let me just tell you, I'd love to bless you with this ebook. And this was the substance that was used, properly produced raw milk was used before medications. Prescription drugs were introduced to physicians, allopathic physicians. So you're right, we don't need medicines. And I'll end here. I'll end with this, Elder Ricard, because I know you're going to want to hear this. I worked with a brother. He was jacked up on 9 prescription medications, 9. He thought there's no way eating according to scripture and drinking the raw milk properly produced could get him off the 9 medications. 3 of these medications were prescription psych medications, antidepressants. They're some of the hardest medications to get off of. 8 months later, Elder Ricard hired work through me to work with this brother. Not only did he get off all 9 medications, but it's been over a month, and he's been off all 9 medications. He did a 7-day water fast. He's healing. He's losing weight. And not only that, he said to me, you talk different, Sister Diane. You talk different. Who's a Hyatt? What is this? What are these things that you're saying? And Elder Ricard, listen to this. Listen to this. He came into the truth. He said, I want to know. You're talking like things I never heard before. and he said, where are you getting this? And I told him, and I witnessed to him. Then I introduced him to my husband, Brother Paul, and we all talked. We got to talking, and I said, you need to listen to Elder Ricard and Elder Loya from GOCC. He's part of your ministry, Elder. He wants to congregate. He wants his baptism, and he signed up for his first GOCC academy. He couldn't afford it. So a brother in the church said, look, I'll sponsor you. I'll pay for your academy. He's in the GOCC academy. He's absorbing all of the information. He is growing. And this was all because he wanted to get well. He felt like, where is Ahia? Where's my God? Where is he? I'm sick. But when he knew and he saw that he could get well and get off of these medications, he didn't even think it was possible. He started talking about the
well, sister, we do have to get another call. I'm excited about what you have to say. I do have your phone number here, but I do have to get another call, and it's been a great call too. Let me get your name again, sister, if you don't mind.
It's Sister Diane from Columbia, Texas.
Diane, I'm coming to get some of that raw milk. Thank you, sister. You see how the Most High works? Thank you.
And remember about my baptism. Remember, Elder, ready to come into the water. I'm so ready.
Well, sister, listen, because I'm about to make an announcement on that right now. Thank you. Right? Okay, and we are opening up baptisms. We're going to be doing baptisms. Sister, I'm going to give you a call because we're going to fill up our pool, and we're going to be doing some baptisms throughout the whole country. So I'll be talking to you. I'm talking about, we have a serious baptism here in Pennsylvania, and I'm going to be arranging that. And all over the world. Africa Initiative, we have to talk about that Thursday because we got brothers waiting there. And we'll be doing baptisms all through this earth. Also, the Passover, we're going to have Passover in 3 separate regions this year in the United States. It's going to be one here in Pennsylvania, one in Texas, and another either in California or Arizona, depending on what the restrictions will be. Of course, it will be outside, and we're going to have state-of-the-art tents and all that. We're going to have GOCC network, the whole 9. 3 separate Passovers going on through simulcast where we're all together, even though the Passover is going on at the same time. So I'm excited about that. And just make sure you reach out to your local elder or deacon in your region. Okay. This way, only baptized members can come into there. But we also going to work with, before the Passover, more churches in the regions before there's a wrap up over here. We have to make sure we set up those churches since things are loosening up a little bit. Regardless of what they're doing, we're going to do the Most High's work. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to report when it's okay to teach God's Bible and get to his people. What Satan and his servants are doing, let them do. We have a kingdom to build. So yes, we're going to have the Passover. We set up new churches, and we're going to prepare our people for what's to come next, which is what? Eventually, the Babylonian bounce. Don't worry about that. Stay in faith. Stay with the Most High. Sister, I need some of that raw milk. All right, I'm going to call you up so I can get some. And we're going to talk about some of those cows you have because we're going to need some of those too. We're going to be doing crops, everything. We need to make it where our people can be fed regardless of what they're doing over here. So I'll be calling you up to discuss more than just the raw milk. We're going to get that baptism, and through the faith of the Almighty, we have to clear up those eyes so that you can see. Okay, so through the spirit of the power of the Almighty, and as much as you believe, the Most High can bring you your sight back. So, hey, it's the faith of the Almighty, and it's the gift of healing, and as much faith is within us, healing is more than a probability. Okay. One moment. Let's see. Let's go to the next call. 985 area code. Huh? So we're going to possibly do it in Las Vegas? Okay, so yeah, I just spoke to Elder Yarack, who's over the West Coast. It'll probably be in Las Vegas that we'll have the West Coast Passover. Okay, we're going to have the region of Texas that will cover all of the Southwest into the West. We're going to have the East Coast, which covers the South also, and Detroit and all that's going to be a part of the East Coast. And we're going to have the Midwest with Texas, and we're going to have the West Coast. Las Vegas is where the Passover is going to be there. All right. Now, we have 3 all at once. Outside, it's going to be an all-white gala. Okay. You don't want to miss this. So keep your ear to the ground. And of course, we're processing everything through the locales where there's churches. So just, that's our first announcement. Don't worry about it. You'll hear more announcements leading up to the Passover. 310 area code. 310.
Shalom, elders. This is Brother Ishmael from the tribe of Ephraim, calling from Corona, California.
Hey, 666 California, talk to me. You know,
right.
Corona breaks down to 666 in numerology, right?
I do, sir. I saw you break that down.
Oh yeah, but go ahead.
That's yeah. Well, it's a city in Riverside County, California. I'm sure you guys have heard of Riverside on the news. I think we're leading the country in COVID deaths and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And I actually work in a healthcare facility, and my supervisor took the voluntary vaccine before it was, available to the public, and now she's in the hospital with COVID, and I think that's so ridiculous because the lady tells me that she's trying to push it on her staff to take. She's trying to push it on us to take it, and now you in the hospital because you took some voluntary. She didn't wait for it to come out. She went and took the jab. The jab before it was even mixed up all the way.
Yeah,
and I think that's
yeah, she's getting in front of it. Yeah, okay. Hey.
Yeah, she got that fresh juice, that fresh Satan juice. And also, Elder, I think one of the ways they got us under this deep delusion and mind control, besides the food and the unclean things like you brought up, because we know how they got us on that through slavery, giving the slaves the chitlins and all that crap, tripe and all that. But excuse me, it's through our lack of patience. Patience is a virtue, and they've turned that into convenience. Everything bad, they're really getting us through their convenience. You think of convenience stores with all the bad food, fast food places, drive-throughs. We went from cassette tapes to CDs because of our lack of patience as a people, and they don't want us to be still. They want to keep us moving so we can't be still and hear the voice of the Lord and connect with the Spirit. And I think that's one of their big deceptions. Technology, science is of the devil. And and Sunshine came with it. Sunshine was under the Spirit tonight. She's amazing. And that's it, Elder. That's all I wanted to share. Patience. Their biggest deception to me is this technology. We started out with floppy. Everything elevated. We went from the cassette tape to the CD. We didn't want to rewind the tape. We wanted instant gratification, and that's how he's maneuvered, keeping us in the rat race, like you said.
Yeah.
And that's it, Elder. Shalom.
Well, thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate it, and thank you for your call. I really appreciate it. Good info. I appreciate it. See you at the Passover.
I sing to it as well, Elder. I don't know how I could reach out.
Hey, bro, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Hit a verse for me, man. Hit a verse. Come on. Hit it. Hit a verse. Hit it.
I hear Jacob crying. I can hear him crying. When you're gonna rise, call on the Lord. Mighty Jacob rise. I hear your roar.
Go ahead, man.
Boom. When you gonna
No. Hold up. Save it. Don't worry about it. All right, I see you. All right. Okay. All right. Hey.
Okay, Elder.
Don't hurt him now. All right. Shalom.
Take my number down.
I got you. I got your number. All right. Bless you.
Yes, sir. All praise.
Okay. I feel Jacob rising. Do you see? I can see him rising. 404 area code. I hear you, brother. Okay, 404. You ain't ready. You ain't ready. I'm coming back. 409 area code. 409 area code. Let's go.
Hello?
You're live.
Hello?
You're live.
Shalom, elders.
Shalom.
Sean. This is Sean Brown from Beaumont, Texas.
Talk to me.
And I was just trying to speak to you again to thank you for the encouragement from the last lesson when I was able to speak to you, bro. And I just really been appreciating all the current events that you've been able to bring to the people, and at the same time related to the word, and show people how this word is a sword, and this battle that we're fighting is not against flesh and blood. I respect that so much, sir. Well,
thank you, brother. All praises be to the Most High. All praises go to Him. You know what the greatest thanks is? The greatest thanks,
sir,
is the greatest thanks that any of us can give is to finish. Is to finish. To pick up your plow daily and finish with us, brother. Thank you, brother.
Well, can I get some advice?
Okay, he's going. I beg your pardon. What did you say? I'm sorry.
One more question I want to ask, sir.
Come on.
Now, I consist with music and I make music, and I want to be able to deliver music to these kids out here that are out here listening to this rap or hip hop or whatever they want to call it nowadays. I want to be able to speak to them in a way where the message is delivered to them in that music. At the same time, I want to be able to deliver it to them where they'll want to seek that same intelligence that Christ, that knowledge and that wisdom that Christ will bring them, right?
Okay.
And I just was asking, is this something that will I be capable of doing? And I'm asking you because something makes me think sometimes that. Well, brother, listen. That it's just a waste.
Listen, brother. Nothing is impossible. So if you can think it, you can do it. You don't need confirmation by me. You're a prince of the Most High. Do it. You don't need confirmation. You got the Most High. Do it. Whatever you want to do it. And bring it to the fold. Just bring it and we'll work it together. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right,
yes,
my
sir.
brother. All right. Nothing is impossible. All right? All right. Nothing is impossible. Right? That's why I went on and did it. We did music with a purpose. That's right. We did music with a purpose. I didn't wait to go to Amalek and ask, can you sign me and take advantage of my talent and all that. I'm like, no. The Most High gave me this gift. Why would I make music and now here it is, you take all the royalties and all the money so that now your family has generational wealth and you give the money to your children while my children suffer. Look at Sam Cooke's family. Look at Otis Redding's family. Okay? R. Kelly lost all of his royalties, and as soon as he started realizing what royalties were and asked questions about his money, Surviving R. Kelly came out. So no, my product doesn't belong to the devil. Royalty Music by Shepherd.com. There it is right there. Why am I gonna sell the future of my children for some shine given by Amalek? Like, no. We can make the music ourselves. We've always made it, and they have benefited from it, only to give generational wealth to their children. I'm not going for it no more. So you know what? We did our own music. You can go right there. Let me see. At the end of it, I'll play a few songs, okay? But Royalty Music by Shepherd.com. You can go there, get some nice, wholesome music like it used to be. 561 area code. Mind-controlled slaves. Break free. Shalom.
Shalom, Elder.
You're live.
Brother Harold from South Florida body.
Talk to us.
And I have a couple of points to make. I'm in Virginia right now, the truck driver, y'all probably know. I have a couple of points. Here's the thing.
Get through them. Come on, let's go.
Disease, death, and fear are synonymous with demons and Satan, because their job is to put your mind, your state of mind, at dis-ease. So you will end up dying from whatever it is that you believe you have. Now, I was in Texas a couple of days ago. My sister texted me early in the morning. My father hadn't waken up for 3 days. So I called her. She said the ambulance took him to the hospital and said that his heart wasn't beating properly. So I asked her, who told them that his heart wasn't beating properly if he was unconscious when they came and got him? I told her not to let them do anything to him. Don't let them give him any type of medication. They wouldn't let nobody come see him except one person. And that was my other sister who was at work, so nobody could come see him. I told her to get names of everybody involved with doing anything concerning him. Take every name from anybody that had anything to do with him. Don't let them give him nothing like morphine to try to say they keeping him comfortable. They're saying he won't wake up, he won't eat. And I'm like, how can he eat if he's asleep? If he's asleep for 3 days, how can he eat?
So what happened, brother? Let's get to it. What happened?
So they ended up yesterday. He woke up in the hospital. They said he had heart problems, but they discharged him, and my sister took him home. And I'm like, if he has heart problems, how could they discharge him? I told my sister, you have to let them know that someone is concerned about his well-being constantly, or they will put him down. And I'm not there. I was in Texas. So they ended up discharging because she kept calling and she kept getting names. And he ended up waking up, and he's at my sister's house right now. Just let you know what they plan to do to all the elderly and whoever else will fall for those deceptions they use.
Well, thank you,
and
brother.
that's all I
wanted
to say.
Brother, I'm going to tell you, it'd be a good idea to probably go see him, pray with him, and just figure out what the issues are, what led to that. You know, he's probably dealing with something. You need to find out what it is. But one thing he's saying that's a reoccurring scenario that I typically hear under these cases where hospitals are moving outside of the norm right now, and they're making decisions with no rhyme or reason behind them. And unless you show a concern to hold them accountable, look for a grave outcome. Expect a grave outcome, because they're looking for somebody to be in there with no one that actually care for them. Okay, especially with the organ thing happening, like all of that conversation went away about organs that are being shipped out of hospitals. You notice all that stuff magically went away under COVID? Right now, they can get all they want with no witnesses, but I'll keep that there. You know, I'm gonna leave that there. But usually, if you know someone, a loved one is in a hospital, you need to make sure to stay in front of it, because they're looking for people that goes to the hospital or whatever the case is that don't have no outside attachments or no one outside who cares for them. They'll make some calls after taking that blood, and guess what? Chop shop time. 856 area code. Elder Lawyer, you have anything to say, or you good? I know you're still there.
No, sir. I'm good.
Okay, great. Mind-controlled slaves. Discovering the bonds which leads to perpetual servitude. And guess what? Our people are waking up too. And what we mentioned, if you missed this broadcast, go back to the beginning of it. Keep in mind, The only power they have is the power that you yield to them by believing their satanic media. Okay? Whatever you believe, you're subjected to. And sometimes, and that's why Christ tells us, as much faith lieth in you, be healed. If you believe you're sick, you're sick. If you start hearing all these symptoms and you're hearing this stuff all day, eventually you're going to come down with some of the symptoms. That's the power of your spirit. If you believe, like how many times something is knowing something, check it out. I'm going to give you just a small example. Nothing is wrong with you. But you, if you want to, you can put your mind in a case in which you'll think of something real sad and begin to cry. Why? Because that's where you put your mind at. Your spirit went into it. You went there. You created a scenario, and now real tears are coming out. Well, guess what? That's the same when it comes to sicknesses. If you believe you're sick, because sickness is a demon. A demon is at the root of every sickness. That's why they wanted your children. That's why they wanted us at birth and claimed they were shooting something to protect us in us, knowing it was a demon lying dormant that we would suffer from later in life when our immune system begins to be compromised. Okay? That's why they want to inject our children, because it's a demon they're injecting. And what they don't want you to know is that you have power over it if you recognize what it is and admit what it is. And then now you have power, recognizing it was a sickness to actually deal with it. Recognize those who are behind it being administrators of Satan's weapons, and now you can deal with them spiritually. See? You good? Huh? Your Rock want to say something. Come on in. Let me hear you.
Nah, I just had a sister. It was a testimony just real quick. It was a sister that's her sister went to the hospital, and they were only thing they would suggest, because the sister was having issues with her heart or whatever, and breathing. They were only giving her the solution of the what is it called, the machine to breathe, the
nebula, the ventilator.
They were only given that option, right?
But they wanted to put her on the ventilation.
Yeah, and the sister, I said, well, my sister doesn't want to do that. I said, well, do the wishes of your sister then, right? So, long story short, it's a longer story, but I'm going to get to the point. The point is she, the Most High gave her, I'm sure, insight, and she asked the doctor about a particular machine she heard about online that they just so happened to have in that hospital. When she mentioned it to them, they said, well, how do you know about that? So long story short, the sister was able to recover, even though they were about to put the ventilator on and have now another statistic. Basically,
it's incentivized. They getting paid for putting people on a ventilator. Yeah, and ventilator is one step away from what? One step away from that light.
What's like a 90-something% kill rate?
Yeah, you get on that ventilator. Next thing you know, there's an angel holding your hand. Listen, no. I'm good. 856 area code saying, listen, you can come with me. Nah, I need to be totally conscious, aware. You ain't putting me under nothing. 856 area code.
Yes, Shalom, elders. I have make a statement that I want to ask a question. So with all this going on, I wanted to reach out to family and friends, people that I know that I really love, and I wanted to get this information to them. About the COVID and the vaccine and everything like that. And I sent them the videos. I've had conversations with them. And then making my list, it's like so many of them I've talked to, I can think of 10 right now on my list that's going to take it. And some are scheduled this coming week to take it. And it's like, okay, now I have to make a decision in my life that I have to cut these people off in such a way of that I can't be with them and hang with them, but I can still communicate from a distance over the phone. So as I kept doing this, I started thinking about scripture kept coming to my mind. So this is my question. 2 Thessalonians, I think it's 2 and 3, kept coming to my mind. And many of these people are Christian people. And that's what keeps baffling me. And I'm like, why can't you just trust the Most High God? And one said, oh, well, we can take it and it'll just leave out of our bodies because we're righteous. I'm like, no. Then another one said, well, I could just go out my house and fall down the steps and die. Well, why don't you take the chance to go out your house and fall down the steps and die as opposed to taking the vaccine? So as time went on, I started thinking, is this what the Bible talks about, the great falling away? So that's my question with Second Thessalonians 2 and 3. Is part of this vaccine, and so many people who believe the Bible, say they trust in God, raised in Christianity, knowing him to be a healer, knowing about the mark of the beast, but they still going to do this. Is this part of what the Bible speaks of, the great falling away?
Well,
that's my question.
Well, good question, sister. But it's not the great falling away. The great falling away happened.
Not great.
Yeah. The great falling away happened in 70 AD when we fell from the sword. This is the strong.
I didn't mean great.
Yeah.
The falling away.
No, it's not the falling away. This is the strong delusion. Because they believe a lie, which is pagan Christianity.
Yes.
Everything is a lie to them. That's why it says, and they don't want to be right. Because here it is, you're trying to say something to save their life, and they come with something ridiculous as, I can fall down the steps and break my neck. Well, why didn't you do that? Why won't you fall down the step and break your neck then? You know why? Because you want to live. So the whole thing is, the same way you shouldn't do that and tempt the Most High, you shouldn't do this and tempt the Most High. Now, this is what's going on with them. Let me read what's going on with them. It says, 1 Thessalonians, the 2nd chapter. You were in the right chapter, though. It says right here, it says, and with all deceivableness, you know people are being deceived into taking this, and unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause, because don't forget, the Most High sent you and us like angels, messengers to warn them. And it says, and for this cause, the Most High shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned, which believed not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. They have pleasure in believing what the news say, because it's the news that makes them smart amongst everyone else concerning what's going on. No one wants to feel like they're outside of the know, so they've become COVID experts through mainstream media. And they believe the media knows more. The media knows more than you. So the whole thing, or they believe that the media, the synagogue of Satan, knows better than the Bible. Sister, these people aren't believers, because when they say they're believers, you are to respond back with, what would Christ do? Would Christ listen to Dr. Fauci? That's how you answer them. And you know, so this is what you would call, because they're delusional and believe the media, the idiot box. Since they become delusional, it's obvious that it's no wonder that they would believe a strong delusion. Okay?
Yes, sir. And may you do me a favor, please?
Yeah.
May you please see to it that your wife gets her dress?
Absolutely. Where is it?
Maybe in Bishop Amoth's office.
Okay. Well, hey, if it's there, she'll get it. All right?
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Sir. Bless you.
Shalom.
I appreciate you. Bless you. Shalom. All right. Bless you. Next call.
Where is maybe in this
917 area code. Mind-controlled slave.
Yes.
Shalom.
Yes, good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, yes, just wanted to say, the broadcast tonight was definitely informative. I just wanted to speak on certain things that you've spoken of either today or in the past that resonates. In the past I've called And I recall you asking me concerning like things such as marijuana, and I've told you I've, you know, experimented in this. And now that I've, you know, I no longer, you know, indulge in that. Now, as I reflect, I see how they say when you indulge in certain things, how demons or certain spirits could intervene. It opens up like some type of gateway.
Go ahead, I'm listening, brother.
Yeah, so in the past, like from what I remember, you know, like when I used to smoke, I remember late at night, like before bed, like as I'm laying down, like I, you know, without going into too much details, like I could actually feel, you know, I know, you know, hearing things like this sounds so like unreal. Like when you hear people talk about it, you like, man, there's no way.
Brother, you got to get to it,
happen.
brother.
But,
you, all due respect,
like,
brother, get to it. You don't have to set it up. Tell me what's going on.
Yeah. So basically, what I'm saying, I feel like, you know, the whole control thing. Although I've touched this on the past as far as fasting, I'm not saying this is the all to end all, but I feel like, you know, if one go on a fast or practice fasting, you know, could help and aid in all of these, like, you know, aid, like all this mental illness or, you know, sickness that's going through, like, you know, all this mind control, like that. As far as what you're talking about, I feel like fasting could definitely aid in all of that, could help definitely get rid of all these demons that are, you know, controlling, you know, the vessel.
Okay,
you know,
I think what you're asking, I think you're trying to gather your
thoughts. I'm not gonna, you know, take
brother,
up
I got to
much
put
of
you on
your
hold.
time, but
okay.
I just wanted to.
Can you hear me, brother? Hello? Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello? Maybe something is wrong here.
I'm here.
All right.
You said you was going to put me on hold?
Okay, maybe there's a delay. What I'm saying, brother, is are you still trying to gather your thoughts? I think you're trying to gather your thoughts and talk at the same time. No, don't worry about it. It's a delay there. I'll place you on hold. The answer to whether or not fasting can work when it comes to brothers or sisters getting over marijuana and things of that nature, absolutely correct. There's a demon that comes with marijuana. Okay? I'm going to read this real quick. A matter of fact, 1 second. I'm going to put this up on the screen so everyone can see it.
Read that second one some more. If that's what you want to show, read the second one I just sent.
Yeah, the second one. Yeah, that's the one I want. I'm going to read this real quick, and I'm going to put it on the screen so everyone can see it. A demon comes with marijuana use. Okay? And pagans have now been put over dispensaries everywhere because they will become the controllers of the demons that are actually assimilated throughout the communities through hemp. They become the witches and warlocks to control poor people. All right? So, let me pull this up. Yeah, I have it. Yeah, I have it. Don't worry about it. I'm going to pull it up so they can see it. So, yeah, if you're taking marijuana, you got a demon in you. Okay? And that's nothing personal. It's what it is. All right? Don't shoot the messenger. Okay? I'm going to pull it up so everyone else can see it. And yes, I want to make a disclaimer. We believers, we believe in Christ, but still, Who knows what's going on if you're on any level of medication or whatever the case is, or what addictive agents that are in it that have you dependent on it. So always, it doesn't matter. Even if you're on a spiritual journey, always get the medical advice from your doctor when it comes to quitting these drugs. If you're looking to quit the drugs you're on, because sometimes your body is dependent on it. And the only way to get off it, if your doctor can schedule lower doses until it adjusts. So sometimes we like to go cold turkey and say, oh, I'm going to do that. Always get the advice of your doctor first. See, we don't believe in it, so we can speak strongly against it because we're not on it. Okay? But what I'm saying is, it might not be that easy for you to get off something you've been on for a long time. It may do more harm than good, so always consult your doctor. All right? Huh? Well, I'll cut it off a little bit. I'll cut it off. I'll cut it off. All right. Oh, because yeah, they always into some nonsense. All right. I'm gonna see how I can do this.
It's just that top portion you need anyway, so just stay at the top.
Up here?
Yeah, it should be good right there.
Oh my goodness, they always doing some devilish stuff. Hold on. Yeah. The devil is a liar. I tell you. 1 second. Let me pull this up. They always have some witchcraft, evil stuff going on. All right, here it is right here. The goddess of cannabis witchcraft is what we're going to show you. You know what I mean? Let me pull this up. For those who believe that, you're trying to open up your chakra, not realizing that some demons from the lowest parts of hell is chilling next to you while you're playing Xbox, smoking marijuana. Let me show you who you're dealing with. Hold on, let me pull it up. Let's see here. Right here. I'm going to pull this up so you all can see it. The goddess cannabis witchcraft. This is what the pagans understand when it comes to cannabis. The goddess of cannabis witchcraft. Okay, let me read it. There are many goddesses of cannabis and witchcraft from every culture around the world. The most important goddess of cannabis witchcraft is Bast, ancient Egyptian name. You notice people in the conscious community are high, always are high on getting high. The center of worship of Bast at Per-Bastet, which the Greeks called Bubastis. The 18th Sepet, which the Greeks called a nome of the Nile Delta. Kemet, which translate to the Prince of the South. The sweet breath of the goddess marijuana smoke leads to the dawning of enlightenment. Okay? This is what they do. It's a gateway into demonology and high, evil, wicked spirituality. Okay? So those of you who want to deal with cannabis, that's on you. Okay? You are dealing you are dealing with the devil. Yeah.
You notice they put it in, and also they started putting it all of a sudden 2 years ago, by the way. It was legalized by Trump to be able to do things like hemp, industrialized hemp. Everybody was talking about, hey, we can make rope with this, as if there's people walking around with a bunch of rope. Anyway, but the point is that they have you thinking it's harmless because it's lower in THC, and they're pushing CBD oils and all this stuff. It's a whole culture. But when you read, this is from Witches of the Craft here.
Witches of the Craft.
This is literally, they literally tell you, be careful while taking flyer garbage, but hemp is especially dangerous because it unlocks the inner eye swiftly and easily. So one is tempted to use it more and more. That's why you start to just put it in everything, like everything. You're surrounded by it now.
Marijuana, cookies, cakes, I'm gonna tell you, folks, you'll have cats looking in the mirror, in the dark, looking in the mirror, you know, talking to what's in the mirror, looking for their chakras to open up. Hey, don't believe me. I've heard some of the testimonies. All right, so anyone out there talking about cannabis is from the earth, it's all that God made cannabis and all that. Listen, your God, the devil. Now let's go. I only got a few more calls. 813 mind-controlled slaves. Okay? Let's go.
Shalom, shalom.
Talk to me.
Ricard, shalom, elder lawyer. Shalom to my brothers.
Shalom.
Hey, that brother inspired me earlier to put my 2 cents in and let me sing a little bit there. I mean, I've been trying to sing that song for the longest, and I'm getting a couple of frowns around here. But if you permit me to put my little tune in, you tell me how I'm doing, okay? You permit me to do so?
I knew when I opened it up, I was opening up the can of worms. Oh, here we go now.
This is Ronnie Ron, Elder Ricard. But here we go. Check it out. I hear Jacob crying. Why say I can hear him crying. When you're gonna rise, call on the Lord. Mighty Jacob rise, let's hear your voice.
Oh, shucks now.
When you gonna rise?
You know, we used to do this thing back in the day. You're right, we was pushing it like that on them. We go ahead.
I'm just joking with you there.
We was pushing it like that, doing a wop. Go ahead.
I just want to make a little humor to it. But you brothers have been a real good message. The Spirit is upon you guys. I'm laughing to keep from crying because what's going on in the earth and what's attacking the children of the Most High is something serious. And if we didn't have the Most High working through our elders and giving us understanding and us seeking these scriptures out, man, we'll be downtrodden. But now the Most High has given us the books, and we know how this thing ends. Satan has no hold on us for those who believe and are born again and baptized. And I just want to thank you guys for staying true to what the Most High has given you. And that's all I have to say. Shalom.
Shalom, brothers. You know, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you all this, though. I'm so encouraged when I hear people sing the songs that the Most High have given us from the heavens to actually produce and all that, because it all comes from the Most High. And you know what? It's really touching. You know what I mean? It's touching because through all this chaos, delusion, and all this, the children of Israel, we still find a place to do what? To praise the Almighty and have a haven or an area separated from the world in which we can show how we feel the love we have one for another. And that's what music does. And that's why I wanted to do this Passover and make sure, you know, we're doing it at the same time the heavens is celebrating, and still do other things. Like I still want to do White Night, where we all come together, couples, husbands, wives, if you're single, brothers and sisters, and we have white, and we have a white gala. Have the white carpet, floors there, have wine, have people there serving the children of Israel. You know what I mean? Because while this kingdom coming down, we're singing, we're having the celebration. Like, listen, Babylon can crumble, but Jacob got next. So I really want to do White Night and do a nice gala. Sisters have on nice, modest gowns, and just, you know, and no, it's. I really would like to do something like that, just to show the royal, the regal spirit that Satan has always tried to suppress amongst our people. We can have a good, clean time amongst one another to show people that's right. That Israel can have a good time with no violence, no sin, righteous, classy gatherings. So I'm going to do that. Look out for that. 8, let's see. 561. I only can take a few more. I'm going to try to do as many as we can. So please be cognizant of the time. I'll try to get as many people in as I can. All right. 985.
Hello, elders.
Bless you. How are you?
I'm doing good. I was calling because I wanted to ask your opinion about spiritual warfare on the job, because that's what I'm dealing with right now. I rededicated my life to the Lord about 5 years ago, and I got baptized when I was 27, and then now I'm getting rebaptized because I'm rededicating my life. I get baptized this Sunday through the GOCC church.
Praise the Most High.
So I want to thank y'all for that. But it seems like I'm working around. I'm the only black person on my job, and I work so close with these other individuals, but they so evil. They so mean, and they do all kind of things. They play all kind of tricks and games at work, trying to set me up, doing this and that. And I pray and I fast, and I even bought your CD and I listened to Elder Lawyer. Pray to Our Father. I listen to it in my car right before I walk into work, and I just be filled with the Spirit of God, and I just be ready for everything. But I just see these spirits and these demons jumping in these people from one person to the next person, and the spirit, the demonic possession in this place is so heavy that I be trying to run out of the building just to get fresh air.
Well, sister,
and a lot, I be trying.
Let's go there, because I understand what you're saying. You're frustrated with the job. What type of job you do?
I work in the kitchen. I'm a cook at a public school.
Okay, let's make it clear, though. And this is what you have to understand, sis. When you're working at a job, okay, Christ even said he sent you out as sheep among wolves. Be wise as serpents, harmless as a dove. Really, you're at the behest of your employment. You're only there to get a paycheck. So the whole thing is, if someone is treading on your space and are becoming what you would call unethical when it comes to the workplace, you must actually utilize the resources within the workplace to get peace. So there is no spiritual warfare that goes on where you got to pray because someone got a demon on them. You can pray anyway that our Father, which is lead me not into temptation. But that's not to control what someone else is going to do. When you're on a job, you have to be behest of your employment. You have to understand that if someone is doing something against you, you have to understand your legal right under equal opportunity employment. There's rules in place that will have it where people cannot impose you or do certain things against you. It doesn't matter what their positions are. I'm not human resources, right? I respect what you're dealing with, but you have to actually execute, because believe it or not, what you're telling me, there's rules there's actually laws within the job to protect one from this type of behavior. If employees or others are doing something against you. You have to understand when it's a spiritual matter and it's just someone just being people in an employee setting. You understand?
Yes, I understand. And I did take those measures.
Yeah.
I had to go to the principal, and I had everything. I was documenting everything that was happening to me. So when I went to the principal, I had documentation.
Okay.
And all they did was say that they was gonna call a meeting with everybody and have a sit down, which never came abroad. So I tried to get a transfer to another school.
No, sister,
but I don't
listen.
want to go into that.
Yeah, we don't got to go into that, because this is an employment matter that sometimes people don't get along in the workplace, and they exhaust whatever choices they have or get another job. That's what happens. Okay.
All right.
But go on.
So I just have to say something else. Okay, so I just want to say how much I love this family, because it seems like at this time me speaking to my family members about everything that's going on, it's like family has shut me out. So I feel more close to this family, which people I've never met. I'm closer to them than I am with my own family.
Well,
right
the Bible
now
said the scripture said it would be that way. But go on.
So, and also ordering seeds, like planting seeds. Do you think that we should trust ordering planting seeds from like Amazon or something like that?
As long as they're organic and heirloom, yeah.
Okay. And one more thing, Elder. Acts chapter 10. Yeah. When the scriptures, when Peter was praying and Ahia told him to rise, kill and eat Peter. What does that mean? Because when in church, they was trying to make us believe, made us believe that was talking about how God was saying we could eat unclean food with the Gentiles. You know, they say as long as you pray over your food and all of that foolishness. How can I explain to my family members that's not what that means? Could you explain Acts chapter 10 to me?
Yeah. Do you have a Bible?
Yes, I could go get it. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, I got it.
Read the first verse.
Okay. There was a certain man in Caesarea called Cornelius, a centurion of the band called the Italian band.
So who's this? This is Cornelius, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cornelius the Italian. He's a Gentile. You got that?
Right.
Go on.
A devout man and one that feared God with all his house, which gave much alms to the people and prayed to God always.
Okay. Now, I need you to go down to the fifth verse.
And he became very hungry.
No. I'm sorry. Read the fifth verse.
And now send men to Joppa and call for Simon, whose surname is Peter.
So the Most High told this Gentile, who's always paid alms and helped our people, to go see Peter, an Israelite. You got that?
I got it.
Okay, now, that's the setting. So Peter, at this point, never sat at meat with the Gentile because it was against the Jews' law. So the Most High had to make a setting in which once Cornelius get to the Peter's home, Peter would accept him in. So while Peter slept, he showed him unclean foods and said, eat. He says, I've never eaten anything common or unclean, right? Because he was getting Peter conditioned for who? For accepting something he didn't accept prior. You got that?
A Gentile.
Yes. So how do you know this is talking about? How do you know it's talking about people and not food? Let's go to when Peter woke up. You ready?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, go to the 19th verse because this is where Peter woke up. Read.
Okay. While Peter thought on the vision, the Spirit said unto him, behold, 3 men seek thee.
Go ahead. So
arise, therefore.
As you can see, Peter thought on the vision. So even Peter didn't know exactly what this dream was about. The Most High putting unclean food before him. So Peter didn't get up and start cooking chitlins. He was still thinking about what was going on with this vision until a Gentile knocked on his door. Read the 28th verse.
Okay. And he said unto them, Ye know how that it is an unlawful thing for a man that is a Jew to keep company or come unto one of another nation.
Of what?
But
Of what?
God
Of what? Hold up. Slow up.
Another nation.
Of what?
Another nation.
So is it talking about food or people?
A people.
Thank you. Now read it.
Okay. And he said unto them, Ye know how that it is an unlawful thing for a man that is a Jew to keep company or come unto one of another nation. But God has showed me that I should not call any man common or unclean.
Any who common or unclean?
Any man common or unclean.
No, any pig common or unclean.
No, it don't say that.
What about shrimp?
It say a man.
Lobster?
No.
Pig?
None of it.
Bear?
Nothing.
It says man there, right?
It says man. Yes.
So
it
this is when Peter understood why the Most High gave him that vision. Got it?
Yep, I got it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Join the academy. You should know that.
I'm in it. I'm in it.
Okay, well, I'm going to be covering that in the Christianity part, so you got it in advance. Okay.
All right.
All right, bless you.
Thank you so much.
All right, you're
God
welcome.
bless everybody. I love y'all, family.
Bless
Good
you.
night.
And you are our family. Don't worry about it. Don't. The Most High tell you that the fold shall be they of your own household. Okay, and those that love Christ is my mother, my brother, my father, my sister. Those that do the will of the Most High. We're family. All right, let's go. We only got a few more. Let's see, 561 area code. area code.
You already called. I already spoke with you guys, Elder.
All right, thank you, brother. Thanks for telling us that. Let's go down the line. A few more. 832 area code. 832.
Shalom.
Shalom,
Elder.
Shalom.
All right, Khan. This is I'm calling from the Mississippi body. I don't think I should say my name out loud on this platform because I'm still in the military.
Oh, okay.
So I'll be guarded with what I say. So I want to give just a little testimony about vaccinations.
Okay, go
in the military.
All right.
Yeah, and so basically, the Heineken vaccine is optional to all military members because of the so-called limited supply. So that's not an issue for me. But however, they're still trying to enforce the flu shot, and I'm at the end of my enlistment, so I only got a few weeks left until I'm a free man.
Good.
Actually, my first day of freedom is the first day of the new year, our new year.
Praise the Most High.
Which, all praises. Con. So there's a way for me to avoid getting the flu shot, but for me to do that, I already talked to some people in the administration office. I went to the chaplain's office and I got to do a special request. And so I already have my baptism letter, but like they said, I need something else, like a letter from the church or from a deacon or bishop. Or in our scenario would be like an elder saying that, yes, brother so-and-so is in our church, and because of our beliefs, we do not support the idea of taking vaccines, etc. So if I could get that, I already sent an email to Elder Loya. I'm just curious to see if he got my email.
Okay, yeah.
And I was referred to you by the leadership here in Mississippi.
Okay, so you need a religious exemption. That's all it is. So
yes.
How long ago did you send that to Elder Loya?
Yesterday.
Okay. Elder Loya, do me a favor. Check your email and just respond back with an exemption to give him with his name on it. All right? You got that, Lawyer?
Yes, sir.
My brother. Well, don't worry about it. You'll get that tomorrow. Okay?
Con.
My brother.
Because on the main page. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, we're gonna have it. You'll have it with the church and our signature and all that, and you'll be fine. Religious exemption. All right.
Right. with the Most High, there's always a way. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Dwayne.
Bless you. All right. Shalom.
All right. Khan, Dwayne. Bye.
All right. All right. 202 area code. (202). We can only take one more after this. Mind-controlled slaves, discovering the bonds which leads to perpetual servitude and righteous keys to free our minds. You're live. Okay. You're not live. All right. Who else we have here? All right. Do we have anyone else? I think that's it. Oh. 512 area code. Were you on already? You were on, right? 512? You were on earlier, correct? Well, that concludes our particular broadcast. Elder Lawyer, do you have anything else to say before I play a song or two and fade into the night with prayer?
Oh, sir. I say, look, we conclude, and from here, I'm pretty sure we got a blessed Sabbath class to follow up. So,
oh yeah,
I'll definitely be waiting for that. And also, as was mentioned earlier, we do have a new Academy week this Sunday, week number 4, in which the main list will be Who is Edom. So, please, if you haven't subscribed, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yep, I was going to say, if you haven't subscribed, if you haven't enrolled in the Academy, it's in your benefit to do so.
Hebrew and Bible Academy. Let me tell you, there's nothing like it on earth. And we're going to be going into Esau's confession. What happened when he was a little boy that made him reject and just come out and just be a whistleblower concerning what's going on in those communities. Oh, yeah, something. And he admits through his genealogical table, that they are Amalek, and they know they're Amalek. All right. So I'm going to be going into the history to show you who is Edom this week. Watch out. Also, I'm going to break down from the encyclopedias we have the battle in the womb of our mother's womb of Rebecca and with Rebecca, with Esau and Jacob in the womb. I'm going to tell you right now, it's epic. Going in there, week 4, the Hebrew and Bible Academy. You don't want to miss it. It's very early, so be a part of it by going to historytimes.org. And keep in mind, the Most High is calling back Israel. Thank you, Elder Lawyer. And if you want to support the work, that's right. You can see on your screen for our weekly broadcast. The donate button is right there. The donate cash app is right there. $ GOCC 144 donate. That's you contributing if you have cash app for the weekly broadcast to go directly to elders. The other one at the bottom is if you are part of a church, but yet you're not gathering because we are in transition in your areas. That's what you use if you have cash app. Or you can donate to us by going to gatheringofchrist.org. Donate. You can go that way if you don't have cash app. With that, I'm going to say shalom. Stay prayed up. Sin not. We thank you for all your support, and I hope you understand the power of healing. First, start with believing. Not in them, not in their media, but in the Most High and His Word. Shalom. The Most High's calling back the children of Israel. Let's go. Bless you.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went to to the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans. We from Puerto Rico, and valley from the arms of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians. Simeon, the Dominicans. The highest gathering in Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Highest gatherers in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. Highest gatherers Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. Highest gathering in Israel. Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. Manasseh, the Cubans, yeah, from Puerto Rico, and valley from the house of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Unpicked fruit. Unpicked fruit. The Dominicans. The highest gathering in Israel. Unpicked fruit. Saw you coming up to the tree. Pick me. I'm right for the take. Can't you see? Don't overlook me. I've been waiting here every day watching you. Please come to this side before the wind cut me loose. I saw you coming up to the tree. Pick me. Unpicked fruit, walk with me. Reach out your hand. Catch me before I hit the land. I'm better than all left here. Still hanging from this tree. Yeah. Unpicked fruit, walk with me. Israel, unpicked fruit. I can feel the weather changing. I see rain and shaking leaves. This rain won't hold too long, so don't just stand and walk right by. Please reach out, oh, pick me. Don't just stand and walk right by. Please reach out and pick me.
Israel, they always try to pick us last, but the Most High, He chose us. I can feel the weather changing. I see rain and shaking leaves. I saw you coming up to my tree. Pick me. I'm right for the take, can't you see? So don't just stare and walk right by. Please reach out, oh, pick me, oh me. So don't just stare and walk right by. Please reach out, oh, pick me. Unpicked fruit. Shalom. We out.